Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Vito. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I want my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat. 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Georgia. Oh. On my mind. I said Georgia. Georgia. Oh. Hey, Chimmy redeemed first. Let's go. How you doing, bro? I got so tired like 20 minutes ago. I think I ate too much food. How you doing, though? Smile tenderly. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. What's up, Ethan? How you doing? Leads back. Why is it all tangled? So tangled. Sorry, all my cables were tangled. What's up? Ping pong, huge slang, ding dong, wing wong. I haven't heard wing wong before. That's a new one. Today's gonna be a very chill day because I'm feeling a bit tired. We're just gonna play some Fall Guys. Oh, that's the best I played in this round so far. Ginetta. We're gonna play some Pokemon. And then possibly a surprise. We'll see. Seems I see a word leads back to you. I bought some Hoka running shoes. Why does that sound familiar? What is that? How you doing, Jeanette? Jeanette? All the music ready. Please. What have you guys been doing on this beautiful Oh, I made that. On this beautiful weekend. On my mind. Nice. Sufre mamón, devuélveme a mi chica, hombres G. On my mind. Yeah, I do want to know what's up, bro. Haha, they have embedding disabled. Sucks to suck. Frank Sinatra vibes. True. True. And then we're gonna have the Spanish song. That's probably how it's gonna go, yeah? But yeah, I was thinking, you know, to do crazy stuff, and then I'm like, I'm tired. So we're gonna do the classic Fall Guys with crowd control. I slept till 10, sat around, edited some photos, and bought some snacks for watching a movie later. Nice. What movie are you gonna watch? Damn. I want to watch a movie with fam, but they always watch stuff like when I stream. So, yeah. How did you, I thought the Spanish would go like, you know, I thought it would be really strong Spanish. Oh, this sounds mad good. What is this, like 80s Spanish? Gineru never told me how his day went though. We're gonna watch Lightyear. What's Lightyear? Is that Buzz Lightyear? Or is that a different Lightyear? It's the only Lightyear I know. 80 Spanish? Bro, I could tell, bro. Can you send me the song? Like the Spotify link? I wanna... I mean, if it's not too much trouble. Yeah, it does sound nice. If they have a Spotify. And it's not too much trouble. Sounds mad chill. Perfection right now. The Buzz Lightyear solo movie? Wait, is that a thing? Oh shit. Let me know how it is. I thought I saw a commercial with Buzz Lightyear recently, but I didn't know it was like a movie or something. It says super cocksucker, give me my girl. Wait, really? Return my girl? That's funny. Bro, why does everyone jump? This is why this game is annoying sometimes. Every game is for me though. Let's go. Master me. It's a funny song. Oh. Buzz Lightyear solo movie. It kind of hurt my voice to do. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to the cemetery. Whoa! Once a year for a Jewish holiday, we go to the cemetery. It's super controversial because of a gay kiss. Oh. Really? That seems so random. Wait, does Buzz Lightyear kiss Woody? Woody's gamer tag? Wow, I'm so disappointed in him. Just kidding. I don't really care about that stuff personally. Unless it's something that changed the character before, but I don't think they've ever explored Buzz Lightyear's sexuality in the past. So, if they explored it in the past and this is like contradicting his character before, then that's a little weird. Other than that, like, who cares? Wait. He kisses someone's Woody? Oh, well, that's a bit okay, that's not the best thing. It's a kid's movie, right? If he kisses someone's Woody, bro, that's kind of sussy baka if you ask me. Like, I don't know, bro. How did he jump? Bro. Alright, I have a minute. I'm just gonna stand here and pretend I'm AFK. Shit. I couldn't even do it. Alright, watch this. No one's gonna see me here. Watch. Watch. Shit, he saw me. Damn it! No! Okay, I have 30 seconds. I gotta stop playing. That's the wrong movie. Oh, is that it? Are you watching a porno? Nice. It's like a side character has a wife, although they're female. Why this dumbass held me? What? No! Stop following me because I'm a Jew! Yes! Yes! Let's go! I hate this game mode so much. I love this song. The song that he requested, I don't think I know. It's like a sad side character has a wife, although they're female. Oh, who cares? This morning I saw this show. Oh, what show? I mean, I guess traditional people, like traditional conservatives care. I personally wouldn't really care. That's pretty hot if you ask me. It's called The Rehearsal with Nathan Fielder. Why does that name look super familiar? Here's the scene. Oh. I'll click on the scene after I get this dub. Oh, I gotta move my face cam. I forgot. It was stupid great. What is it about? Nathan Fielder. It sounds super familiar. I don't know where he's from, but thank you, sir. I'm so used to playing with squads, it feels weird to rely on my own ability. I mean, I like it, but damn it! Calling me out. Let's go. Stars. Yeah, you're not making that shit, bro. That's my jump. Oh. I can't explain. It's ridiculous. Let's go. Damn it. What? 104 people qualify. All right, I'll reach out after this. Oh, this is actually harder if you're playing solos. It's stupid great. I can't explain. It's ridiculous. Get it, boy. Ellie Goulding does have great. Well, I think that's the only one. I don't know if I know other ones. Wait, was he hitting on her? And then he just finds out that she's a lesbian or bi? I am not saying I am in support of this. I wasn't very happy about its Who cares? Well, I mean, I know who cares, but I don't. Look, I found the real Jared. I saw that on my recommended. I had to show you guys. I'm the real Jared. Isn't that funny? Anyway. So triggering free. Listen, it triggers some people. Not me though, cause I'm a Giga Chad, and so are you, Chibi. I saw Jared in the show in a pink shirt and beanie. That's funny. And that was a weird laugh. Oh, it's this song? Was this the song you put? The Crime Wave song? Let me move my face. Yo, Werewolf. What's up? How you doing? Yo, Sam. Huh? What's up? How's it going, bro? Don't ban me. Arigato gozaimasu. Don't ban me, bro. I'm about to win. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Today's just very chill vibes because I almost fell asleep. I took like a 10-minute nap and almost fell asleep. And so we're streaming. Ow, you fascist! Who's making my camera go around? Stop. Ah! Literally, you waited for me to get to the final round to mess with me, bro. Like, I could counter it pretty easily, though. Why is everyone holding me? Why do I feel like I'm playing against stream snipers, bro? My banhammer is getting heavier. How you doing, Sam? How the life be? How do you do be? I should go sleep. The stars are way too pretty, though. Aw, can we get some awes in chat for that? Yo, look at these 3 losers who got out already. You gotta time that shit, bro. Stop trying to grab me! Oh my god, bro. No, we go on this one. Okay? I'm not gonna read chat for a second because I'm a good gamer, bro. There's only 4 more. 4 more and 10 years ago, bro. That's what Abraham Lincoln said. The hell is the longest ass shit I've ever seen in my life. Stop holding me! This was supposed to be a chill stream, bro. I hate this game, bro. Yes! Get the fuck out of here, bro. Stop holding me. Oh, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, hold each other. Get each other out like dumbasses, bro. No! You... Ah, werewolf! You made me lose! I guess that's what crowd control's for, though. Chill vibes. Yeah, chill vibes. Chill vibes. How's the road trip going, bro? Nice road trip? Hell yeah. Only 2 more days normally, but I'm thinking of staying longer. Hell yeah. Sorry, chill vibes. Chill vibes. Get some chutzpah? Chutzpah? Trying to say the Jewish. You gotta go. It's CH. Chutzpah. You got me with that one, werewolf. I'll tell you that much, bro. I might have won if it wasn't for you. Dark Slayer, isn't that Chi? I don't know if they want to play, though, so I'm gonna solo. Chill song, chill song. Yeah, have you met any cool people during the road trip? Because that, I hope it's going hella good. Well, he said it's been a nice one, so that's good, that's good. Bro, that was close. I almost won the first game. I'm a god at this game, bro. You guys had to mess with me for me not to get... Oi! I knew you were on. You want to play, Chi? Met 3 Ukrainians yesterday. Damn. They're a rare breed, especially nowadays. Ah ha ha! Just kidding. Bad joke. Bad joke. That's kind of cool. Sure. All right, let's go. Let's go. Defo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All displaced. Yeah, I figured. That sucks. But hopefully you were able, I don't know, you heard some cool stories or something from them. I don't have the moment badge. You don't. Moment badges are if you were there during a moment. So the last seconds of the subathon was a moment. I created it as a moment. I'm going to try to warn chat before we have moments. I want to have at least 1 moment a month where we just do some cool shit and we clip it and it becomes a moment, you know? And if you don't know, then that's fine too. It's okay. You need to make more YouTube videos? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Just hearing you say that pumps me up. I'm actually going to start making a lot more YouTube videos. I've just been editing this, and it's going to be mostly Pokemon based. I've been editing the subathon video, and I've been kind of lazy with that. I shortened 48 hours of content down to like 30 minutes, I think, or 2 hours. I don't know. I shortened it a lot. So, yeah. I wanted that video out by tonight, but I was a bit too lazy. If tomorrow I grind it out, I get that video out, and then it's Pokemon. So yeah. You went from fuck yeah life to I'm a god, bro. True. Those moment badges are neat. I think they're really cool too. And I want to make cool moments. Imagine you have like 10 moments for your badge, and you could look back at all of those clips and be like, damn, subathon ended. He sucked his stepsisters, you know, and just did these cool things. But editor god. Yeah, I wish I was an editor god. Maybe one day. No, stop lagging. There we go. I was there at that moment and I clicked the get badge. No, check your badges. Maybe it is there, Chi. I'm not sure. Go to settings, yeah. Ooh woo. Ooh woo indeed. What can we do this month that's like cool and crazy? I want to have at least one a month. Get up! That was godlike. That was I don't even remember ever seeing something like that. Oh, nice. Random direction. Bro, this isn't the finals, bro. I could deal with it. Oh. It's like I'm breaking my controller every time there's a random direction thing. Break Mario 20 minutes. Yo, yes! That would be it. That would 100% be a moment. That would be a moment. I would be down to do sub 20 runs. But I want to make that a whole month spectacle again. I'm trying to get into Pokemon. Actually, we're going to be starting Pokemon Nuzlocke on Monday, so I could do Pokemon Nuzlocke plus Mario 64 runs. And then if we break sub 20 this month, then that would be hot. We'll see. You're always cool, so that's hard. Aww. You know what else is hard? I mean, thank you, Sam. Appreciate that, bro. I gotta press... Shit! I wanted to press on. I fell. That's not fair. There we go. Thanks, bro. Do a chat art where we all create a joint masterpiece. Oh, yes. That sounds sick. I'm going to write that down. I like that idea. Let's like this. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Art where we all create a joint masterpiece. Why is everyone grabbing me today, bro? Grabbing me by the back. I'm gonna start writing my notes on the internet too. Trying to use a note app on the internet. Something like this. Excuse me. Chat art where everyone creates masterpiece. I don't even know how we'll be able to do that, but that sounds fucking awesome, bro. Bob Ross stream where we all draw, watch Bob Ross, and draw. I actually wrote down your Bob Ross idea. I think you were the one that said it. Yep. Look. Bob Ross stream. I got a lot of ideas. But, I'm pretty cool. I'm gonna swig the last of my second vodka bottle I found and sleep. No worries, bro. It's nice to see you even if it's for a second. And I'm glad to hear your road trip is going well, bro. I know my hours are not the best for you, but I am gonna start streaming earlier, so yeah. I want something like this. Rob Boss stream. That sounds good. Wait, let me write that down. Rob Boss stream. That sounds really hot. I think we'll go with that. It's brunch tomorrow apparently at this camping, and there's an international chocolate festival. Nice. Bro, enjoy that shit. And enjoy your vodka. And enjoy it. Bro, take pictures and shit, you know? If you haven't been. Pictures are awesome to look back at. Sam, that sounds amazing. True. Have a great night, Sam. Thanks for popping in, bro. I appreciate it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We definitely need pics. For sure, bro. I want to see pics. Bro, you're doing a road trip in Europe. In Europe. I can't speak English, bro. We gotta see at least a couple of pictures. Hell yeah, bro. Alright. I don't want to keep you any longer. Have an amazing sleep. Sleep. I love that you say sleep because I say sleep. Ow, as well. I have a lot I haven't shown to anyone. Ooh, Nice, bro. Hell yeah. No! I was so close. Hype. Guys, put the hype emote. Oh, wait, we don't have one. No! No! I suck! I suck! I suck! I suck on... I suck at this game. Chi, you got this. Let's go, Chi. You're the greatest. I know you're talking about Dinell, but I'm gonna say aw anyway. No, you're the greatest, bro. No, you're the greatest, bro. No, Ellie Goulding is the greatest, and you're the second best. You as well, Dinell. Aw, that's so sweet. So many awes, bro. Making me press this goddamn button. Just kidding. Just kidding, but not really also. You got this, Chi. You could jump over it. You could jump over it. You don't need to go through it. I mean, but you're doing well. You're doing well. Let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, nice. Huh? Bro, this game's physics is worse than Minecraft, bro. Let's go, Chi. Let's go, Chi. Tastes like pure H2O. I got blood results today, and I found out that I don't drink enough water, essentially. All my problems, most of my problems have to do with no water. Let's go, Chi. Damn, you're killing it. Hell yeah. Jump, jump. Oh! You deserve an applause for that one. Damn. You carried. Is this Ellie Goulding as well? Alright, back to chill vibes. I don't get enough sun apparently. Yes, my vitamin D's nuts is too low as well. So I'm taking vitamins, which I usually don't like doing because I just don't. And I'm gonna start going in the sun more, but not too much. I was reading online. You don't want to go between like certain hours because then skin cancer. So, bro, it's like life is so complex. All right, yeah. See you, Sam. See you, Sam. Get that sunlight, bro. Yo, go for that sun, bro. They say 10 to 15 minutes a day, from what I was reading, is good enough with arms and head exposed. I don't know. I know for a fact I don't have enough water. Even a dentist said so. Also, not enough vitamin D here as well. Yeah, apparently this is like common stuff. We're all like equally bad. So that's kind of cool at least. Yeah. Jesus, imagine getting stuck there when you could just stand here. Oh shit. Chi, come on, you'll make it. Good shit, good shit. My brother invited me to Fall Guys party. Aww. Well, if your brother has if your brother wants to play, if your brother has space, maybe we could all play together. If not, then this will be our last game. But at least I got to play with the infamous Chi. I feel like I haven't played with you much lately. Oh no. Tired of my stupid hair. I want to have a full head of hair. I really, really, really care. I'm tired of being bald. And I'm just gonna mold. Bing bong, your mom's a hoe. I don't remember what it was. Yo, Moo, what's up? Oh my god. But bye, Moog. Moog just ping pongs away. Sorry I fell. No, it's okay. We still qualified. Low vitamin D. D's nuts. I got a big butt. All right, see you, D now. Thanks for pooping in. And thanks for the songs. Have a great one. Arigatou gozaimasu. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Enjoy the rest of your night. Going out and drinking. Or whatever you're going to do. I don't know what you're going to do. Bro. This amazing song. Final round. Jump showdown. Hopefully, you know, a certain viewer hasn't been waiting for this moment. I'm gonna do your mom. Hey, bro. Hey, yo. Don't say that. I'm gonna wait for the song. I don't think we're all equally bad with water. I doubt y'all don't effectively dehydrate yourselves. Do you dehydrate yourself on purpose? That doesn't sound good. Yeah, wait for the song to end. Yo, look at these muscles. Thank you, werewolf. I got muscles. Because I'm a rapper. What? Thanks. Oh, I thought someone was making me endlessly dive. I mean jump. No! Good shit. Yo, my name is Pingaling with a big ding, with a wing wong, with a wiener of a big dong. Why did I do that? Oh, I still survived. Thank you, Jesus. Yo, we got 0 out of 10 out of here. And I'm gonna go drink my beer. Gonna drink that vodka like Sam. With my papa. Bam, bam. I'm becoming a better rapper. You see, I practice on stream every day. I become better. That's how life works. Yo, check out my latest YouTube video, guys. If you haven't watched it already, please support me. I'm desperate. Even if you don't care about it, just watch the whole thing. So the YouTube algorithm gods, you know, help me out. You can mute it, you know. Yo, thanks for the applause, Random. How you doing, bro? I see you guys actually have helped me out. That video was 9 out of 10 versus my last 10 videos, and now it's 3 out of 10. So y'all actually helped me out. So I thank you guys. You fascist! Why does everyone hold me, bro? God damn, I suck ass. I suck ass. Let's go, Chi. Chi just fell. Good try, good try. It was good. I don't know if I saw it. No sound. Because everyone loves you. Yeah, that's all true. Aw, thanks. So many awes today. What a nice, beautiful awe stream. Alright, are you going to your brother's party? Ooh, werewolf. Do you want to play? Random, I will wait for you. You got grabbed. Yeah, that sucks. But you did really good. You could have won. We're just getting stream sniped, you know? It's hard to be a streamer. Ow, my finger. Can I invite my brother? Yeah. Yeah, you could invite your brother. I don't know if Werewolf wants to play, though. Then we might have too many people. I'm going to the fair. Nice. Take pictures, bro. Take pictures like a weirdo, bro. Like, take pictures of, like, girls that you find cute there and then send it to us in the No, don't do that. That would be really weird. Please don't do that. Well, like, what would be cool at the fair? Ferris wheel? I'm kind of curious to see, like, what a Californian fair is like. Yeah, take some overall pictures at least, you know? I'll take pictures of everything like stuffed animals. That'd be kind of weird, champ. Not gonna lie. True. If you invite your brother, then Random won't be able to join. In which case, we could switch, which is okay. We'll just switch out every few rounds the people in the party. I'm just gonna say whoever jumps in first. Moog, what's up? How you doing? Nice emote. Best emote. Fall Guys finished loading. Let's go. I will. I'll take too many. No, I just want a couple of pictures. I definitely want stuffed animals. I mean, take as many as you want, bro. But I want to see at least a couple. It doesn't seem like he's joining. Okay. All right, Dinell. See you. Enjoy the fair. Bye-bye. think about Jesus when you're there and not my mom. And yeah, I want to see some stuffed animals on my Discord feed. I got you, random. I mean, 4, as Nathan says. Moog, if you want to play, let me know. We could like switch out peeps and stuff. But how you doing? How you doing, Moog? I've been on the Discord and no one was there lately, and I'm just crying a little bit. I'm like, why is it? Alright, let's ready up. Motherfucking rap. I thought this was chill vibes. Avocado gang, ill. Red and blue gang. Bandana ninja gang, werewolf. Ugh. Jesus. Black and white. Don't gotta fight. Says continue from your save. I'm guessing. We're gonna play Slime Rancher tomorrow, probably. I'm sleeping. I'm so tired. Nice. Fair enough. I'm very tired too. It's understandable. I appreciate you jumping in. It's nice to see you, you know? Thank you for that. Nathan's my avocado brother. Where is he? I don't know where he is. Love me like you do. Yo, bro, do, so, tro, low, crow. Touch me like I do. What are we waiting for? Aww. How are the cats doing? I was about to say, how's the pussies doing? But how are the catties doing, you know? That's a nicer way of saying it. I said cat instead. Because cat is a nicer way. I've been growing to be to kind of like cats after you guys keep sending me pictures of y'all's cats. I used to hate, like, not really like cats, you know? Now seeing all the pictures, I'm like, oh, they're kind of cute. Even though I'm allergic to them. I'll not win for you or me. I will win for us and the avocado gang. All right, as long as we win, bruh. Cats are sleeping. Damn. The cats know what's up. They're like, how did I fall? They're like, let's go to sleep. Come on, Moog. It's sleep time. And you're like, ugh, yes, I'm sleepy. But let me say hi to Ping Pong Moosters first. I don't know how I made that. That was godlike. Like it do. Alright, this is going to be perfectly timed. Boom. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's go. That was godlike. What are we waiting for? Punch me like you do. Punch me. Okay, so apparently, I don't know if you guys know this, but tortilla slaps are a big thing right now. Where people go to each other, their friends, and they just slap each other in the face with a tortilla. So I want to do that when Dinell comes over next month. Don't tell him, though. It's a secret. Unless I'll just tell him accidentally. So that should be cool. I just wanted to mention that. That's exactly how it goes. Yep. Yep, Moo Grin. Your name is so, like, nice. I don't know why. I'll have to go after this round. Okay. You gonna play with your brother? Your brother from the same mother? She's like, no, it's a brother from a different mother, but okay. You ate tacos yesterday? Oh, my. Next time, buy tacos and just slap your cat in the face with it. And put a video on TikTok of you doing that. And you're going to become a millionaire. And if you don't, you could sue me. But I have no money, so you're not going to get anything. Burn, burn, burn. This long neck, dude. Oh, yeah, the penis guy. The penis, they're not that much longer than normal. Actually, they are pretty long. Ugh, I didn't eat tacos yesterday. I'm not hungry today, though, which is nice. I ate good food. That's why I got tired. Do you guys get tired after eating a lot of food? Because I do. I'm like, Where is Nathan though? Nathan said he's not gonna be back till Monday, I think, because his internet connection in Mexico is not good. It looks more like a penis if the top would be what? Well, not everyone is white, bro. Okay, as you can tell, I'm brown. If you can't tell, so that was kind of a racism. Permaban. You're getting permabanned, bro. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm sleepy. I mean, I am energetic. You meant something else with white? Yeah, I know. I just wanted to talk about race. Bro, no wonder you play bad a lot of the times, because you're messaging in chat. I realize sometimes, but other times I don't realize. Bro, the game is more important, okay? I'm just joking. Do whatever you want. Bow out. Bro, the song is decent. I want to hear Moog's music. I miss good music. I'm just joking. This is a good song, guys. Good job. I'm kind of curious who put this song. Not that it's a bad song. 69. 91. Oh, okay. Bro, Random, you still did good there, though. Good job. We got second place. Hell yeah. Let's see who put on this song. Who's getting banned? Chimmy. Wait, this is Ellie Goulding? I didn't realize this is her. I don't like this song that much, to be honest. It's so repetitive. Cold as ice, yes! Burn, burn. I like her Lights song the most, I guess. So far. I didn't realize this is her, too. Excuse me. I really hate myself lately. I don't, but I hate that I'm so tired lately. Like, why? Why am I tired? I know why I'm tired. I love how I'm answering my own questions 5 seconds later. I'm tired because I don't have, like, the drive that I had before. For, like, I think I need to finish the subathon video so I could concentrate on like, Pokemon and making Pokemon content, and then I'm gonna be, like, Gucci again. Take on me. Random, why are you AFK?
Okay, let's do this, and I just wasted 220 channel points.
You did, bro. Also, if we don't win right now, it's because you were AFK. Just to send that message. But I appreciate it. Damn it. I got it, bro. Got it. What is this song, bro? Sounds amazing. Oh my god! We're getting killed. I don't think we're qualifying. That was amazing. We're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice our love. We're as cold. Oh, you're as cold as ice. Shit. Sacrifice our love. Finally, I got one. Oh, we're playing terrible. Bro. I never blink of ice. You pay the price. I know. I've seen it before. It happens all the time. Damn it. Behind. Run away. Feeling sometimes you pray. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. You're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice this game. Di Agostino. I don't know if I know that one. Zaridaru. Maybe you don't know that one either. Long. Pay the price. I think we're losing, guys. It happens all the time. And I can't sing today. My voice is dead. I don't know why. You've been away. I don't have faith in us. Yeah. Well, that sucked. But good try, guys. Good try. We get a participation trophy and a slow clap. For trying. Cold as ice. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's it. Random is pulling up his sleeves. Cold as ice to me. Oh, Chi, are you playing again? Oh, you're not, okay. Cold as ice. You know what, guys? I'm gonna, speaking of ice, this has nothing to do with ice. I'm gonna go get water, so I'll be right back. I apologize.
Taika Waititi is a director. I'm so shocked that apparently the new Thor movie is just ass. Like, everyone hates it.
I haven't seen it yet. No spoilers, please.
I mean, I feel like Marvel just gets directors and like breaks them, you know?
Well, what I
Damn
heard they
it.
did with this movie and Doctor Strange was I heard the CEO of Disney was like, oh, it can't be over 2 hours, and that there was a lot of shit cut from Thor specifically with like Christian Bale and whatnot.
Oh,
I heard that like there was like 4 hours of the movie in total, but they cut it down to like an hour 50.
Thanks, guys. Oh my god, I think I just broke my voice. That was sexy. I hope I didn't scare anyone away. I scared everyone actually with that. Anyway, shots. It's gonna be great. Give sub or hot sauce. Let's go. Next, fuck. Sam shouts out everywhere he goes. He should. The reason I made it so it's only mods can shout out is because it makes.
Banana, hola.
These balls are freaking beautiful.
This game is so racist.
You didn't even fix the ball spot, bro. Is it actually? What the hell? Oh. Oh, that's not good, bro. I'm saying away. Even when my finger's broken, or I don't know why it hurts so much, I will speedrun. Let's go. Why is it always... I guess it's by most viewed clips. I think that's how it works. Oh, the Minion clip popped up? That clip is great. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Is that what that is? Let's to say so anyway to me sipping sorry the world shall know my pain. Naruto. I gotta watch anime more. I barely watch nowadays. It is. Let's go. I like that song. Be gone day or two. Ow. My mic hit my other mic. I'm gonna wreck all of them in Fall Guys so they feel it. Bro. You better, bro. If you don't, it's gonna be a little sussy baka. I don't know, man. It's gonna be a little sussy baka. There's so many people, Jesus. Going away. When I'm saying I'm turning away. I just saw a clip with a Jewish streamer, and he was singing the song. He was singing the song like from the Jewish reggae artist that I like a lot. And I was like, bruh, I need to... One of my goals in life is going to be streaming with that guy. He averages like thousands of viewers though. Take me on. And he does karaoke sometimes with another cool guy. And I want to... And they sing like these types of songs. Take me on. I'll be gone in a distance. probably ruining the song. I'm sorry. Cosmos. Come on, Cosmos. We're 4th place. Let's go, Cosmos. Random sucks. Bro, why would you call yourself a sucky player? Whoa! What's up, Butter? That's like the best intro. One of the best intros. We got Random with applause. We got Moog with Bing Bong. And we got Butter with woo. See, you guys are so unique. And we got Chimmy with requesting
Monkey
music.
do good. Monkey do very good.
Thanks for the applause. You were singing Take On Me just how it's supposed to be sung? Let's go. How it's supposed to be sung. How it's supposed to be sang. How it's supposed to be sung, I think you have to say. I don't know. This song sounds familiar. Hi. Hi. How is your creative art going? I know you're always making something. You should say thanks for no applause because there is no sound. There is sound, bro. It literally works. I heard it. I saw it working. I'm just louder than it. That's why, maybe. Like, if I press bruh, it works. It's just very... It's not as loud. You gotta open your ears to the reality. How you doing, though, Butter? This song sounds so familiar. Wee! Oh! I almost fell because I was playing too much. Let's go. Our random is probably gonna die. Not random, but our random, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Couscous. I'm not trying to hold you, bro. Oh, that was actually an accident. I held someone by accident. I've played this song before. Maybe that's why. Or maybe I just know the song and I'm a god at music. Probably not. Holy shit. We're only one of 4 people that have our full squad. Let's go, team. Let's go. I thought I was going to jinx it, but no, we're all alive. Hell yeah. We're going to make it to the finals, baby. This is too easy. I got everything back up. I can hear you now. No! I did jinx it. I died. I suck. Random died. We're still second, though. Good shit, werewolf and random person. Good job. Thank you, Butter. I was asking how life is, Butter. You know? And how your creativity is, because I know you're very creative, you know? Oh yeah, I looked more into the UV stuff. I couldn't find anything specific on like ring lights, but I think I'll be okay. I think 90% of skin cancer or something comes from like exposure to the sun. So I'll be fine. Hopefully. Thanks, even when I died. You still survived for a long time, though, which is good. Werewolf did mad good, though. No. Oh, my bad. Nah, you're good. Butter, you're good. You're Gucci, no worries. I bought cool pins to put on my purse. Nice. What's the coolest purse? What's the coolest purse? What's the coolest pin you got? Is it like a kangaroo jack? I'm doing well, though. How are you? I'm really tired. I've been really tired a lot lately. I think it's because I don't have a drive for something. Like, I was trying so much on like different type of content, different YouTube channels, Twitch, all this stuff. I think after the subathon, my brain was just like, I'm done. I just want to chill for a bit. And the streams since the subathon have been just kind of chill, you know? And I don't know, like, I don't have the drive to make YouTube videos as much as I did before, but it might just be the subathon video only. Regardless, every day I'm getting better, so we'll be good. Let's go! First to qualify, baby! This is the best part of the song. Everybody was kung fu fighting. But I've been streaming every day. Weekends included so far. Well, it's only been like a couple of days. So that's been good. That's good. I'm just taking way too long with the subathon video to edit. The good news is I got it down to like 2 hours or half an hour or something. I had it at 48 hours of footage or something crazy like that. Well, I had to go through all the footage and then I took out like 24 hours because Premiere only accepts 24 hours maximum. And then I edited that down to like 2 hours or something. I hate these slime climbs. I used to hate them, but I got pretty good at them. Except the one that has the thing that goes back and forth in the end here. Let's go! We killed it. 3 people qualified. Hell yeah. No worries, random. I'm matching pins with my friends since our names spell out Jack. Wait, isn't your name... I think you told me your name. I don't know if you're okay with me saying it out loud. It starts with a... Well... I'm Okay. Should I whisper it? No. I'm just gonna double check. I'm pretty sure I know your name. Your IRL name. But I don't know if you want people to know. You're fine with that? Kate, right? Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I double checked on Discord. I always get stuck at those yellow pipes. Oh yeah, you have to balance yourself on that stuff. So we decided that we are the Jack of Cards. The pin I have is the Jack of Spades. Oh, that's cute. Kate. I know someone named Kate T. And you are Kate T. So that'll be the best way to remember. You know, because you know, feel like I gotta remember information that y'all tell me, you know? I don't have to, but... Is this the song I think it is? La 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 la. Is that? Oh, sorry. It is that song. I don't know this version though. Why, hello there. What's up, Phoenix? How you doing? Butter is female. Yes, I'm aware. Technically, I'm Caitlin. Caitlin? Caitlin? It's Caitlin, right? No, why is everyone going? Reputation. I don't think I've heard this version. No, let's not cock block each other, werewolf. You go the other way, I'll go this way. Come on. 6, 7, 11, 8, 11. We gotta get to 9, 11. I mean, that sounds weird. Oh shit, that's the last guy. I messed up! I suck! I messed up. I'm sorry. Bro, how you doing, Phoenix? How you doing? Good luck remembering how to spell that, though. Yeah, that's too much work. Listen, I'm not gonna remember how to spell your name, okay? I can't spell my sister's name. I don't need to remember how to spell that. Cat lie N-N-E. Cat lie N-N-E. Cat I-L-N-E. We're so dead. That was close though. I'm a failure. You're good. The funny number. Yeah, pretty much. The third funny number after 420 and 69. True. Yo, Nathan, what's up? I thought you weren't gonna pop in until Monday. So what a nice surprise. What's up? We love you, random. Don't speak for all of us, Butter. You're okay though, random. Yo, Nathan. What rhymes with Nathan? Nathan. Pen. Nathan. Pen. Nathan. Ray Pen. I don't. Oh no. Not raping. Okay, that's not what I meant to say. I was thinking Sunray and then like Pen, like PenIsland.net. Damn, I'm dumb. I love you, Random, but hi, Nathan. Random doesn't care. See? Random's an asshole. Phoenix is pretty chill though. Boogie woogie. I like this song. Does your name happen to be bent over? Bent over this day. Bro, you gotta be more original, bro. Yo, Phoenix, what's the evolution of Rhyhorn? What's the evolution of Rhyhorn? I bet you can't figure it out. I heard Ben plays Mind Goblins. Yo, what's up, Broccoli? The guy that I always call a girl. You see, I remember this time. How you doing, bro? Right on this dick. Ah! You see, that's creative, bro. That's creative. You see, that's creativity. I came in to tell her that I'm going to watch tomorrow because I'm leaving at 5 in the morning. Also, hi, Butter. Oh, okay. Oh, well, thanks for letting me know. What have you been thinking of? I heard Ben plays Mind Goblins. I don't get the reference. I'm not gonna lie. Got him. Exactly, bro. No response. Why is everyone so mean to Butter today? It's as if Butter's pizza. Why are you guys being mean? Mind Goblin. Are you serious, bro? I feel like I've heard that before too, and I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Such a dumbass. I'm gonna say it's because I'm tired. I would never be mean to Butter. Aww. That's so sweet. Aww. You can add it to your bag. Bag of these nuts. Thank you, Broccoli. Goblin these nuts. Mind Goblin. Have you played Mind Goblin? Yo, bro, have you played Mind Goblin before? All right. It's in my bag. I'll probably forget it, just like I'll forget how to spell Caitlyn. K-A-T-E-L-Y-N-N? No. K-A-T-E-L-Y-N-N. Wait. I already forgot. I'm scrolling up, even though you're probably going to correct me. K-A-T-Y-L-N-N-E. Wait, so shouldn't it be Cat instead of Kate? Oh, but you just take the E from the last letter of your name. K-A-T-L-Y-N-N-E. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard. Just like this dick. Just kidding. My name, Nathan, means gift of God. So did God want me to destroy the human race? No. I don't think that's what that... Thank you for the endless jumps, Nathan. Thank you. There's no way to spell that name correctly. Every way is wrong. True. I mean, broccoli is even harder, bro. B-R-C-C-O-L-I, bro. You got coli in there. I'm thinking your name's E. coli or something. Really? I came back all the way here because of all that freaking... Ah! Stop forcing me right, bro.
I don't lean right politically.
Or maybe I do. I don't know, but that was just a joke. Guys, I have so much confidence. A woman told me I was handsome for the first time this year. Oh yeah, you're 21, right? It's pretty good, bro. Pretty good. I have confidence too. Yesterday on stream, I was like, guys, be honest. What is my level 1 to 10? And people were like, bro, you're 11 out of 10. You're like 30 out of 20. I was like, bro, I don't think I'm that attractive, but thank you, you know? So why would I go in the middle one? That's the stupidest thing ever. All right, I'm actually sucking ass. And I don't like it for once. All right, there we go. Lip mask. Damn it, you paid attention. Butter is easy to spell. Yeah, that's true. Meanwhile, a girl somewhere is like, just got complimented for the 400th time this year. Yeah. Listen, not all girls get complimented all the time. I say that with no knowledge if that's true or not, but that's my assumption, okay? There it is. Lip mask. We'll get 7 subs. I will buy a lip mask on Subathon. Excuse me. Excuse me. Wait, that's awesome though, Phoenix. Congrats. A lot of men get validation from women, and that's the only way that they feel good about themselves and not insecure. So let's just say congrats to Phoenix here. Congrats, Phoenix! We're all in the same camp together. You mean that Japanese lip enhancer? Huh? No, I think we're just talking about lip masks. It's a mask for your lip. So that it's like, damn, I'm gonna use my chap lip. My lap chip last. Never mind. I'll use it later. I have the perfect goal for next subathon. Oh, let me know. Let me know when I should do my next subathon too. I don't want to make people spend too much of their own money. I look like I'm a Magikarp flopping around. Stop! No! Oh my god. How did someone on our team lose, bro? Come on. I'm getting messed with so much, and random also got out. Really? Oh, it's okay though. You tried. That's what matters. It's just me and a random? That's so sad. Good try though. Good effort, guys. Good effort. Oh, we still might be in this. Wait, if the 4th place, one of them died. We're in it! I talked too much shit. I killed myself. I didn't try. Why don't you try, bro? We're trying to get the dubs. It's okay. We qualified. Good shit, guys. Ping Pong's trying to be a baddie. I'm not surprised. You gave him too much power when he wore that maid outfit. True. I'm not trying to be a baddie, bro. Not yet. I need people to help me make a Tinder profile to like take perfect pictures, and then I'll try to be a baddie. Ping should 100% get that. What is this Japanese thing? I don't know what this is. I feel like someone told me to click on a link earlier and I didn't, and I apologize if that's true. I need plump lips. Look, I usually have pretty decent lips, okay? Because I'm in the basement all day nowadays. How's it now? I knew we qualified. Bro, come on. The goal of next subathon will be eat an avocado. Ew. That sounds nasty, bro. I'd rather shave my pubic hair on stream and get banned than eat an avocado. I would not rather have done that. That would be pretty crazy, though. That would mean I don't want to stream anymore. Because someone already... The random got out. Oh, my good. Oh, my... Ow! My good. Bruh, why you standing in the middle? Yo, bro, dough, show, schmo. Thank you, random. Thanks. Such a troll. I like strawberries. Wait, why you dying, bro? Bro, don't ... That makes things awkward, bro. Don't do that, please. Yo, we're first? Oh, we're killing it. We don't need no random, because we got the real random here. Dry Lamang. Sorry, I know you don't like being called that. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. That shit's hard. Just like this. Oh. 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 One of us fell. 2 of us. Oh, no. 1 of us fell. Good shit. Good shit. Random fell. Yo, do, re, mi, fa, solo. Sola, tito. I'm not a schmo. Oh. Bro. This is easy. Oh, shit. We both have to survive, bro. Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Good shit, guys. Hard just like my college classes. We gotta get that bottom. True. The real random fell. True. Strawberries are the best, even if they aren't actually berries. I wouldn't say they're the best, but they're pretty good. I mean, butter is pretty good, you know? Pumpkins are berries. Bro, and bananas are apparently dildos for some people. So, what's up, Elena? How you doing? Sorry, you came in a interesting comment. I'm not as much of a baldy anymore. Look, the hair's growing back. Oh, that's not bad. Come on, why? Yeah, fall ball is annoying. You love pumpkin bread? I feel like any type of bread is good. I don't know if I've ever had that. What does it taste like? You know of a band called ZZ Top? That sounds familiar, actually. Yeah, I might know them. Request away. You do defense? All right. I'm gonna be more offensive then. Oh! I'm gonna start cursing at everyone. Lame-o buzz. Yeah, it's like a buzz cut now, right? It looks better when I have a full head of hair, though. Bananas are... Yeah! Why are bananas berries? That's dumb. Bro, this is why I don't trust anything in life anymore. Nothing makes sense. Random this dick. Bruh. Elena, thanks for the bruh. Lamau. But bananas shouldn't be berries. That's stupid. Bro, I thought you defending. Go defend the other ball, bro. Go defend. What are you doing, bro? Actually, you don't need to defend. It's okay. Let's get this dub. Oh! Chill, Ping. Chill. Jesus. I'm getting excited for Phoenix because Wyman called him handsome. Who drew your Twitch profile pic? I did all by myself. No, I have an artist guy that works. Thanks for the hydrate. An artist guy that works for me. Bro! We need one more! What is our defense doing? We need to defend, bro. Our team sucks buttholes. But we also need to... we lost. Okay. Well. You were just playing Fall Guys earlier? Nice. We play Fall Guys at the beginning of almost every stream this past week. I should eat more fish? I don't like fish. Why should I eat more fish? I got enough omega-3s in me, okay? Damn, you remember that, Butter? You're like my mom. She came the next day. She's like, why didn't you eat the fish? I was like, I didn't see it in the fridge. But which is kind of true, but I also just didn't want to eat it. Salmon is good. Salmon is good. That's like the only good fish. And like, and fish eggs, the black fish eggs, and like, and that's kind of it. Like, yeah. Same noise. Fall Guys is fun, right? If you want to join, let me know, Alina. If you want to. If you don't, that's fine too. Fish lowers the risk of stroke, heart disease, and cancer. Well, so does a lot of things, okay? Oh, you're going, Werewolf? All right, GG's. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the games. I appreciate it. Thanks for not letting me win the first game on. That made me cry inside a little bit. See you, bro. I don't like avocado. Fish lowers the strokes. What else lowers all that stuff? Tell me something else that I would eat that lowers that stuff. Touch your soul. Listen to your heart. Don't tell me it's not worth fighting for. Lenny Kravitz. Oh, that's a Jew, I think, right? I think I know some of their songs. The only concert I've ever been to was the PokeMMO. Oh, I don't know who that is, but I do it for you. Thanks for the follow, Matias. DKDBFKBF. Bro, my boyfriend is in chat? Damn. Thanks for the follow. Honey have overall really good health benefits. Honey has, not have. Gonna get you a mod comment for that. Don't grammar. Strike 345. Kind of cringe. Tell me. Oh, I want noodles, Elena. I'm jealous. But Moog, I hope you go to more concerts soon. If you like concerts. I've been to a couple of concerts and it was pretty okay. A ping pong avocado. It was a red and blue. Every once in a while, you should drink a spoonful of honey before bed. Oh yeah, you were telling me to do that during the subathon, right? I should. Not a mod comment. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh, the Shin. I love the Shin noodles, bro. The Shin noodles. They're so good. I meant to say honey does have. I know, but you didn't. So you got a mod comment. And you have a bit too many at this point. Like, it's kind of cringe. The more mod comments you have, the harder it is to stay as a viewer on the channel, because I banned so many people. Clearly. If we both die, me and Ping, we get banned from Twitch. Yo, you should become a streamer. You know good content. Except that content would ruin my career. What career? Good question. I don't know. He's been adding mod count? Yeah, he has been. I saw it a little bit. You want to see your mod comments, Moog? Do you eat vegetables in it? Oh, no. I throw out the vegetables. Fuck that. I ate the Shin ramen with the spicy, like, thingy. And with the noodles. Oh, you're making me want to eat it now. You guys always make me hungry. Which is okay, but, like, I'm hungry now. It's not worth fighting for. Even though I ate already, like, I had enough food, you know? Same, right? Sure. Alright, let me show it to you, Mook. Bro, random. We're gonna lose. Random. No! By 1 point. Bruh, I guess you're banned now. I guess I gotta ban random. Just kidding. Bro, what's going on? There we go. Oh my... Bro, my controller is like on its own... On drugs or something. Yeah, you have 12 mod comments. Damn. Strike 1 for saying Jews are cool. Has 2 cats. Keeps saying like when explaining something way too much. I think that's fine. Vegan. Got mild sauce instead of medium. Eat tacos like wraps. Has a white spice palate. Smells of fish fins. Eats tacos by holding the bottom end like a wrap. Worried about mod comments. This was 6 hours ago? Wait, what? Huh? He was adding mod comments when we weren't even live. Told her it was up to 20. Tricked her into believing another lie. Oh, were you guys talking on Discord? I jumped on Discord earlier. I didn't see anyone there. Exclamation point, quote 41. Rule 3, Jews. The seasoning, you mean? Yes, I put the seasoning. Our career is dead even when I have none. Check out my YouTube video if you want to support me. Just watch the whole thing, and I will give you a kiss later if you are 18 or older. On the forehead. Like, it's not going to be weird. Oh, that's why I said ping pong avocado. Read my mod comments? I don't know if you have any, bro. Oh, you do? L nerd. Oh, shit. Doctor. He said 3 rhinos was easy, but died. Fall Guys. Damn, bro. You need a space for the quote. I sent him pics of my tacos. Ew, is that sexual innuendo? Don't do that. Don't get hit by a car. I remember that song. Since he's Mexican. Whoa, that's racist, Moog. I think you're gonna get a mod comment for that. Damn. Said Janelle was Mexican when he wasn't here to defend himself. Strike 34,245. Kind of cringe. Yeah, can we see some taco pics? Can you put your commands thing on the chat? What commands thing? Oh, all my commands? If you do exclamation point commands, you'll see all the commands. 69 is fine. What new YouTube video? There's only the one about the no OP legendaries. Shh. It's for the people that didn't watch it yet. I got you, though. New YouTube video coming soon. We're going to be pumping out content later on. Like in a week, I think. But yeah. Later, you should click the link. I did click it. Code 69. Better for blood sugar levels than regular sugar. Rich in anti-ox. I don't like eating ox, though. I am anti-ox, though, so maybe that'll be good. Contains a variety of nutrients. All right. What is it bad for, though? I'm not a child. Doesn't matter. Easy to add to diet. Don't care. New Zealand. Really don't care. All right. I got to X out of that. Good try, though. Good try. Woo! Sorry. There are all the commands. Should I have a command list below stream? I see a bunch of streamers do that. We have so much info below stream though, so I don't know. Will, I'm sorry, Butter. I feel like I'm sorry. I feel like I'm so mean to you. It's personal. I'm just joking. I'll send you pics of my tacos. That sounds kind of sussy baka. We promise not to laugh. Okay. I might chuckle though. I'm not sending you a pic of how I held them when eating. Why not? Wait, now I'm really curious. Bro, so true, Phoenix. Where the hell is old Phoenix? Oh, old Phoenix. Damn it. I'm tired, okay? Where's Old Zealand? Like, I live in New York. Where's Old York? Oh, I think that's in Britain, actually. Come on, Moog. I'm not gonna make fun of you like the Mexicans do, okay? I'm Jewish, all right? We make fun of no one. We just get filthy rich and rule the world. It's different. I think. Oh, that was hard. That's what she said. Why is this so fast? That's what she said? I don't know. That was hard. That's what I gotta stop. Epic Sax? I thought it said Epic Sex. You just have something against people with food-related names. True! True! You wish she said that. Damn, Elena, why are you being so rude? First, I need to find the she to say anything. Right now, it's just me and my hands. Me and my water bottle. Why am I being so weird lately? I gotta chill. True, though? Wow. Thanks, random. Hello! I don't have noodles. I would make noodles if I had noodles. You can drink so much water with that water bottle. I just measured it today because I'm not drinking enough water. It holds 3 cups of water. Did you know you need like 15 cups of water or something? Like, I'm not drinking 5 of these a day, but I should be. It's the Legs song. The Legs song? One of these quotes is off. I'm so happy I don't have the double chin. I feel like that makes me look better. No offense to anyone who has double chin out there, but I'm happy I don't have it. You know what I mean? Like the chin on top of the chin. Bro, we were playing Fall Guys on February 18th, 2021. Look how far we've come. We're still playing Fall Guys. Ping Pong, listen to the lyrics. Flushed. She's my baby. She's my baby. All right. Yes, all right. Nothing crazy so far. You sent some pics on DC. Can I show everyone else or only look at it myself? I think Butter just sent me a paragraph about how honey is amazing. You know, you should be doing this about butter, not honey, but kind of cringe, but okay. You should eat... Oh, you didn't do it about honey. You should eat mangoes as well. They're high in fiber. I don't need fiber, vitamin A or C. And I don't like mangoes. I got my blood work. I need D. Everything else is good. I literally just need vitamin D. My blood pressure is a little low also. Apparently, I don't drink enough water. And I think there's like... I eat too much dairy. Like, that's pretty much what I need to work on. But thanks. Where did you quote like 30 times? How did I miss the rest of that message? Your Switch died? No! Well, I don't know if I'm going to be qualifying. I'll qualify for us. I kind of have a double chin and it hurts my self-image a lot, not going to lie. Yeah, that's understandable. I got like a unibrow / very thick eyebrows and a lot of hair everywhere. Not everywhere, but in a lot of places. And that hurts my self-image. It's okay. We all have something. The point is that we will never find another person that loves us the way that we are. So it doesn't matter. I was just joking. Jelly peanut butter. Bing bong. All right. Bro, aren't you 21, bro? Yo, look at these muscles, bro. All right. Maybe that's a sign random. Only the first 2 picks? Okay. They also have minerals and antioxidants as well as being linked with multiple health benefits. Nice. I guess you prefer Return of the Bump Squad over Legs. I like this song a lot. It's just that it's a type of music I used to listen to when I was younger. So I'm just vibing, you know? I plan on going to the gym. I want to look good. I don't want to go to the gym. That's how you hold a taco. Oh no, I wasn't laughing. I forgot. I wasn't laughing. I was chuckling. You're supposed to hold it like this. But it's not a big deal. Who cares? Yo, those look like good tacos. I mean, they look like tacos, but good tacos. It's like you went to Taco Bell. Oh. I thought I just broke my Discord, but I didn't. What about the bottoms? I have nothing to say to the bottoms. I'm just chilling. Bro, go to the gym now, Phoenix. Or don't. You know, I've never gone to the gym, so you shouldn't listen to me. Not gonna lie, those tacos do look good, right? That shit is better than Taco Bell. I don't know. Taco Bell, a lot of people give Taco Bell shit. Taco Bell tastes really good. Maybe it is better, but Taco Bell tastes good. You've never eaten small tacos? Lol. We're actually gonna quit Fall Guys for now, so I could talk to y'all more. Cause we're just chilling. We're just vibing. And we're gonna go to that Pokemon MMO. The game everyone loves so much. Good enough. Chilling. I just can't get enough. Yo, bro, Joe, Mo, Crow, Low. Damn, tonight is a 80s night. Oh, we should have themed nights, like 80s night, and I dress up like a 80s person. I don't know. I should do stuff like that. Oh, that's a good idea. Let me write that down. Themed streams. 80s night. Oh, that sounds like a lot of work, though. I don't know if I'll do that, but we'll see. I'm going to be on the YouTube grind soon, so we'll see. Taco Bell is good, I'm just saying. Oh, you guys are so nice to Moog. I've never eaten small tacos. Those seemed pretty small. How'd they taste? Taco Bell is good. Yeah. What's that one word game we used to play as a Who stream? Words on stream. Yeah. Let's play words on stream. No! We will not play word. A lot of people in chat don't really like it anymore. People used to like it. I don't know. So, gomen nasai, which means sorry in Italian. And yeah. Welcome back, random. We changed games though. But GG's on the games. I don't give a Hey! Well, that's not being a very nice viewer. This game is nicer to talk to y'all. Words on stream, everyone's just going.
Pineapple. Dog. Apple.
You know, which is not bad. Like, it's fun from time to time, but like, you know. Welcome back, random. Oh, shoot, dude. I just remembered I bought a Reshiram action figure. Nice. Aw, you don't know where it is now? Sag. Reshiram action figure. That sounds cool. I didn't know they have Pokemon action figures, really. I like it personally, but I don't want to do it too often. Fair. It's just people have to be active for it, and I don't know. We used to play it a lot, though. I requested a song called Party Man. All right, let's see how it sounds. There's a screen where butter is the top word in words on stream. Oh, that must be really good for like self-ego. You're like, hell yeah, butter. I think I'm pretty unlucky because I had a bad trip to outside, and then my finger died, then my Switch died, and now my nose is bleeding. No, I don't think you'll die. But if you do, like, don't forget to subscribe, so that it's a recurring subscription. So every month I get like $2.20 from you, you know, post death. Like, just don't forget to do that. But honestly, that actually, you'll BRB. All right.
Hi.
Honestly, though, that sucks, random. That sucks. Think about Jesus and things will get better. That's how I think about things. Speaking of 80s, I'm getting a perm. Let's go. Are you actually? I really want to see how that looks. And I haven't forgotten how you look, so you should show a picture and then delete it if you want, whatever. But I used to have that on short hair, but now that I have longer hair, I don't know how it'll look on me. Yeah, I'm curious how a perm would look. That's cool. Yeah, I hope you feel better too, random. Sorry if I'm trolling and talking shit too much. That sounds like it sucks. My white shirt got a bit of blood. Sad. Oh. Yo, this song sounds mad good. What the hell? Oh, this is the Michael Jackson song you put, yeah? Another day. It's this, right? There we go. Added. This song was unreleased. Yeah, I figured. I would know as a girl. There are things you can buy to get out bloodstains. Lol. Yeah. I would know as not a girl. I would know as a brother to a girl. I would know as an adult person. Bloody nose? I wonder why. Bloody Lol. Take it another day. Take it another day. Yo, bro, so you sent 2 Michael Jackson unreleased songs now. They both sound good, but this one sounds much better. A lot of bloody noses. Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. My bad. I don't know how old you are, so I don't even want to go there, Butter. I can't take it another day. Ba-da-da. Yo, Lanoon. Got a big... What you are thinking is right. Yeah, I figured. You're being sarcastic? Oh. I'm dumb. Alright, we got a train. But I'm not lame. I don't know what rhymes with lame. I have no problems with nose bleeding because it's pretty normal for me because my nose is like always bleeding. What? That doesn't sound good. Bruh. Huh? Why does my nose always bleed? Ping's right, bloody nose was sarcastic? Oh. I'm so bad at this. I'm confused now. I think it's, it's just on chat it's confusing. Dry air. Bro, don't be around dry air. If you see any dry air, just freaking swat at it. If you swat at it long enough, I think you'll get better. Because if you swat at it, motion and vibrations create heat, and then that heat will dissipate into the atmosphere around you, and that will result in the air being less dry, and you won't have nosebleeds as much. I think I had a nosebleed like once. Oh wait, this is legit? The most common cause of nosebleeds is dry air. I did not know that. I had no idea. So many people told me about like nosebleeds in the past. I never cared to look it up. But I did right now for you, random. You're welcome. I've always had nosebleeds since I was young, but I recently moved to a dry climate. Oh, you need to lubricate the nose. Oh, this song again? We heard this yesterday, right? Welcome back, Elena. How you doing? Dr. Dre. I was born in May. I like the sun ray. Such a rhymer. No, Elena said that she was, she said BRB. So actually, I knew that, Phoenix. That one, that time I knew. My nose mostly bleeds because heat. Oh. Can we listen to Hot in here? Song request, whatever you would like, as long as it's not TOS. I can't help it. I think this is a message. I know too, doctor. How you doing, bro? Hydrogen peroxide removes bloodstains. You might have it. Oh. Damn, look at chat helping each other out. So sweet. Yo, bro, do, ho, oh. I got my dog with me. Nice. So many people have pets, bro, and I'm just here with Halo Doggo, you know? Are you in line? There's too many words in this song. How's your dog doing, Elena? I'm not in line? Oh, okay. Sad indeed. It's okay. You know why it's okay? Because everything is boring now. I was thinking of playing Hollow Knight today, but then I'm like, most people find it boring, I think, so I'm not going to play it. But then I was like, oh, but Doctor and Danilo would enjoy it. But then I was like, I don't know. And then I didn't play it. I love this song so much for some reason. It's okay. Excuse me. I can't help it. I can't help it. Fair. Sorry for playing it again. Ah, you're fine. Kind of catchy. I fell asleep when stream started. Bro, you still didn't fix your sleep schedule? I mean, you do you, bro. I hope you could fix it before school starts. When do you move in again? It's sometime this month, right? Oh, just an app. Oh, gotcha. Very nice. I think I wrote it down on my calendar. So I could be like, yo, Doctor starts college, August 18th. I know everything about all of you. He's like, no, it's actually September 18th, you dumbass. And I'm like, oh, sorry. Is this the party song? Thanks for the hydrate butter. I need it. And so do you. Everyone in chat, take a hydrate break. Is that actually wrong? Are you trolling me? Or did you troll me originally when you said August 18th? Why no? I know everything about you, y'all. Yeah. K-A... Wait, is this a remix with the saxophone? Oh, this was Chimmy's song, right? I love the sax thing. Yeah, I know everything. Your name is spelled shit. Katyylne. I think. Elena, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. It's already, I think, 3 a.m. in my country. I don't understand this time zones things. You just say what time it is in your country and that's it. What is your country, random, if you don't mind me asking? Unless you told us, then I feel bad, but I don't think you said it. The party song's called Party Man. Oh, okay. I may have thought it was true when I told you, but it's not correct. Oh. So when is it? Epic saxophone, for sure. No, I mixed it up. Katylyne. Okay, Katylyne. Okay. I think I'll remember it now. How do you spell my name then? Elena. You never told me. You've never showed your full name unless it's your username. Unless it's spelled the same as your username. Alanah. I remember how to pronounce it. I purposefully say Elena. I remember you didn't like Alana. You were like, it's not Alana, it's Elena. So I remember that. Isn't that crazy? That's like months ago. Saxophone almost sounds like sexy phone. You're not wrong. But also, that's like a 5-year-old comment, bro. Like,
Saxophone sounds like sexy phone.
I like it though. I would say the same thing. I'm just being an asshole. Didn't I already say it that I live in Germany? Oh yeah, you did. You see, now I feel like an asshole. You did say that. Sumimasen. Gomennasai. Yeah, that's why we don't get along, because I'm Jewish and you're German, yeah. I remember now. See, I don't remember everything. I lied. I don't remember everything, but... Wait, doctor, so what is the day you go in now? I'm a comedian. It's hard being this funny. I don't know about German comedy, but I'm the real comedian here. Bratwurst. That's disgusting. I think. Katlynnne. Let's go. You leave on the 16th? Oh. When do you start college? I was gonna pre-order Scarlet, the Pokemon game, on the 16th. Because it's because my Twitch money from the subathon will come then, and I literally have no money now. Woo! I got it right. What's this song called? Oh, it was too late. I'm sorry. I don't know. But in the future, you could do exclamation point song to see what song it is. Give 76 butter. Bruh, there's no gambling, bruh. There's no gambling. So you call me disgusting because I like bratwurst? No. I call bratwurst disgusting. You're not disgusting. You're okay. You start on the 23rd? Or you're not 100% sure, but 23rd. Why does that sound such a familiar number? What's on the 23rd? Bro, there's something happening on the 23rd. Something's going down. Are you ready? Oh, Cheese birthday's on the 23rd. And Lindsay Lohan. I hit her up from time to time. You know, we're like that. Slots of... Y2K is on the 23rd? No! Wait. I was gonna make a dumb joke with the game 2K, but I was too late. Do you remember the 21st night of September? The 23rd? I don't think it's 23rd. I think you're trolling me. It's the 21st, right? 21st night of November. I'm gonna play Roblox. All right, enjoy. Tell Ethan I said hi if you're playing with him, and if not, then that's fine too. Goodbye. See you, Elena. Thanks for pooping in. I appreciate it. No, I didn't mean to use pin missile. Yo, bro, dough, schmo, low carbs, bro, barbs. I'm not feeling it. I'm going crazy, guys. I'm actually going. I don't know why I'm so tired. I'm supposed to be fasting tonight, but I'm not because I don't care about this Jewish holiday and fasting for it, okay? I'm such a bad Jew. Let's try to beat the 5th gem. There's someone who hates you. I don't hate all rap. Rosie's songs are pretty decent. I give you a date, remember it until it is. Okay. I probably won't. Unless it's an important date that you want me to remember. I don't remember dates. I write them down, okay? Someone asks me, when is my birthday? I'm not going to answer. I'm going to look at my calendar and then I'm going to answer, okay? I'm trying to get better at rapping. When I'm a god, then I'll like rapping. 26th of September. 26th night of September. Oh, is that how the song goes? What's the 26th of September? I don't have anything on that day. 27th is Deluxe's birthday, though. Oh, maybe that's when Random's birthday. My birthday's easy to remember. 69. Oh my god, that's easy to remember. I was gonna say that's so hot, but then I stopped myself. June 9th. That is an amazing birthday. I think you mentioned it before, though. I might have written it down. I did not write it down. Oh, it's someone I know in Japan's birthday, June 9th. It's going to be a Friday next year. Nice. I'm going to write it down if that's okay, so I could say happy birthday. If you're still around by then. Ooh. The Cure. Oh, is this the party, man? September 26th is your birthday. Oh, okay. Now I'm gonna add everyone's birthday. Oh, so annoying. Okay. September 26th. Random birthday. I'm gonna be like, who's random? Random birthday? Nah, I'll remember. I have the memory of a cow. Cows have good memory. I don't know. Probably will. Aw, that's so sweet. Woo, but with no effort. Lamau. Too long, just like this dick. Sorry. Mine is November 15th. Did anyone ask? Oh, I'm supposed to go this way. Oh, I don't have surf yet. I have to beat the 5th gym and then I get surf. I remember now. November. Oh, yeah. You do it opposite in Finland and around the world. Thank you for the applause, Random. Yeah, I want to add Moogs for sure. Let me see. November 15th. You're a day after my neighbor's birthday. It's so cool because, like, I feel like every day is a present when I see someone's birthday, you know? Every day is like a present. Because I could be like, happy birthday! Which is cool. November 15th. I will not forget. You like the song? Yeah! It's a nice song. It's not, like, amazing. It's not like I'm gonna jump out of my seat. But I like it. I like it. You know what else I like? I like Combustion, but being better. Right now, it's trash. We got a Finnish viewer, Moog. We got another Finnish viewer, ZZ. We got a German viewer, Random. We got Phoenix. I don't know where Phoenix is from. The US, I'm assuming. I don't think Phoenix has ever said. We got a lot of Americans. I know because in Germany we say the day also for... Yeah, that's in a lot of countries. I'm from US? Okay, that's what I figured. US, let's go! We got Bangladeshi viewers. Indian viewers, they don't come by that much anymore. It is December 11th, but I had to say November 15th just to, like, satisfy the, you know, the crowd. That's what I do to be a nice person. Butter's from US, yeah? Rosie's from PA. Doctor is from Potatoes. Jimmy's from Mass. Dinel's from Cali. Nathan's from Cali. Jessica's from Peru. Clear Bright is from Scotland. We got some British viewers. Nick is from Britain or the UK, Britain. Wait, England to be more specific. See, I remember people. Deep Purple. I only know like one Deep Purple song. What else? Who else? I'm probably missing people on their Sag right now. British, yeah. We got a lot of Ohioans. Ohio people. Like BK, I think, is from Ohio. Sweet Dreams. Oh, that's a good song. British, yeah, British. What else? We got Tyler. which I forget. I forget which state he's from. I know I think he was originally from Virginia, and now he lives in. That's Arse Blaster. He lives in. I don't remember. Who else do we have? Oh, I don't know. You got a lot of viewers from around the world. Yeah, which I like a lot. I think it's cool. Imagine being from Good Morning. Ireland. Wait, what's Good Morning? Everyone says Machine Head is the best album. Honestly, Slaves and Masters? Sure. I don't know. I don't know much about that. All I know is like Deep Purple is what's their one big song? Like that's pretty much the only one I know. This song sounds nice though. I don't know if it's Deep Purple, but no, this doesn't sound like Deep Purple. Oh, it is Deep Purple. Oh yeah, this sounds nice. Smoke on the Water, yeah. Smoke on the water. Oh god. I usually get that. I'm dumb. Yeah. Imagine being from Good Morning. True. Jared is from New York. I feel like I'm missing a lot of people. Who am I missing? Oh, Cortez is from California. Piantissimo. There's a lot of Californians.
What is about Jimmy?
I was just saying Jimmy's from Massachusetts. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, this is from their Slaves and Masters album. Yeah, maybe I should listen to it. Because I didn't like much of Deep Purple. Maybe I heard a lot of their Machine Head songs. Maybe that's why. I'm missing so many viewers right now. They're all going to get mad at me. Here Dot is from Turkey, but it doesn't come anymore. Unfortunately.
Monkey do good.
I love
Monkey
Tear
do
Dot.
very good.
Bing bong. Butter's from the refrigerator. And Random is tired of my shit, so he's leaving. Bye, Random. Yeah, Butter, I don't know what state you're from. If you're even from the US. I think you are, though. You don't have to say if you don't want to, of course, but why does Numel have a flame wheel? And how did I get poisoned from flame wheel? I'm missing people, bro. I'm missing people left and right. Oh yeah. Gamers from Texas. Bean is from Long Island, from New York. Yeah. 70s Deep Purple is pretty lame. 80s and 90s is best. I like 80s generally more than 70s anyways, so makes sense. Goodbye, adios, auf Wiedersehen. Aloha. Shalom. Goodbye, Random, and thank you for your service. Bye-bye. Well, not in World War II, but like in Fall Guys. I'm a Hoosier. Why are we called Hoosiers again? What's a Hoosier? That sounds New Zealandish. Indiana. Oh, you're in Indiana? Oh, I hate when it's those. I don't hate, but like when it's those middle, like when it's those states that's not California or New York. It's so hard for me to remember where people are from. Butter, Indiana. How do I remember that? Indians eat a lot of butter. I really hope I remember that. KATLYNNE. Boom, I got it. That's right. You can't even front. That is correct. All good? No, I have to remember. I don't know. Why are you called Hoosier? I wasn't even in World War II, and I'm happy about it because I would be dead. Okay. That's the only reason you're happy about it, bro? Damn. How about my people, bro? How about my people? I can request another song? Yeah. Sure. I'll, if I end up liking a lot of the songs, maybe I'll just add the whole album. Oh, this song sounds nice. This sounds like a Moog song. See, I remember you guys quite a bit. Diego. I forgot Diego. Honestly, I don't know where Diego's from. I thought he was from Mexico, but then California. I forget. There's a lot of Hispanic viewers though, which sucks. I'm just joking. It's fine. Also because I don't want to see people suffer and work because of their religion. Aw, that's so sweet, bro. Aw. So much sweetness coming around tonight. Maybe it's just Saturday. Oh yeah, Chimmy. Oh yeah, Timmy. Chimmy and Timmy. How could I forget about them? I don't think I know where Chimmy is from actually. I have an assumption, and then someone told me that he's from somewhere else. But I don't know at this point. I don't want to guess because I feel dumb for not remembering. But Timmy is from Canada. I thought he was from America for the longest time. It does sound like your song, right? I like the song. So if it's not yours, it's Phoenix's, I'm gonna guess. Oh, it is your song. Okay. I thought you were saying it wasn't. I need to make this combustion carry. It's so low level though. It's gaining XP fairly quickly though. King of Dreams is the one I requested. Okay. What's your favorite Deep Purple song? I feel like an ass when I forget details about people, especially if they told me. The thing is, if someone tells me a detail about themselves and they tell me it when chat is moving really fast, it's harder for me to process it, and then it's easier to forget. But when chat is like how it is like today and like on most days, then I try to process it in my head so I don't forget. Like KATLYNNE, like that. Like Butter's name. King of Dreams. Woo! I spelled it right. Let's go. You know how I remember to spell it now? Katy would be Katie for short, and Kate would be Katie for short, or like Kate. But your short name is Kate, but the E is in the end. So because I know the E is in the end, I'm just like, okay, what other letter makes sense? Y? Oh no, Y doesn't work because it's Katie. So L. So KATLYNNE. And boom, easy. My favorite song from Deep Purple, I don't have one because I love the songs from the albums and the battle rages on. Although Space Truckin' is pretty great. Alright, put some Space Truckin' on then. I want to hear some space trucks. I don't know. Hopefully we don't need to grind this heavy for the gym after the 5th one. $35. Who else comes in chat a lot that I'm forgetting? Chi! How could I forget Chi? Chi is from Australia. Epicuro is from Argentina, I think. Shit, I hope I don't have that wrong. Shit, that might be wrong, because Shisho came around the same time. He doesn't come around at all anymore, but... Or I don't see him anymore, but... He was also Spanish speaking. I don't remember. My nickname is typically KD. KD's nuts! Kill death ratio? But one of my closest friends kept calling me Kate, so I went with it. Ah. Hey, soul sister. That's a good song. AD. Also, your last name starts with a D. Guys, doxed butter. KATLYNNE space D's nuts, and you're gonna find her on all social media. I haven't heard Hey Soul Sister in a while, right? Bro, stream elements is mean. Guys, don't say shut up to stream elements. Don't say it, okay? Just don't. Not nice. Take that. My middle name starts with D. Oh! Yeah, that doesn't help. Well, that helps because now we know it's not your last name. So thanks for the info. Me neither. I was looking at my Spotify playlist. Nice. I feel like I'm missing some cool people. It's easier to remember people who have been here earlier, you know? Like lately, who have been here lately. People who have been here a long time ago, it's harder to remember, like... It's not harder to remember stuff about them. It might be, but it's harder to like remember them. Darkness is from India. Nico's from Bangladesh. Yeah, that's what it was. Do we have any? Oh, how could I forget? Sam from and Pulse. Pulse is from. It starts with a D. What's the country that starts with D's nuts with the D? Denmark. Pulse is from Denmark, and Sam is from. Shit. I think it starts with a B. If I search my full name, nothing about me comes up. That is so good. I wish it was the same with my full name. That's why I'm scared of getting doxxed. Literally because of that. Like, you search up my full name on Google, you find everything. You find info about my family, bro. That's what I don't like. Shit. European countries. I am famous. That start with B. Belgium. Sam is from Belgium, I think. Belgium. I think he's from Belgium. Let's play some GeoGuessr today, or like some maps games I want to play. I think that'll be fun. Some like, you remember we used to do all that stuff? That used to be fun. Some of you guys remember. Yeah, I think it was Belgium. One of my closest friends, IRL, is from Belarus. Yes, the song is so good. Oh my god, yes! Putting your video is the best. Oh, this is so good. Butter. Woo! Woo! So good. Anyway. Your full name is Ping. Bro, stop doxing me. That's why I changed it to Ping on YouTube. But I can't on Twitch because Ping is taken. I'm gonna send the actual video for Phoenix. Okay. Belgium. Belgium. I'm pretty sure it's Belgium. Sam is from Belgium. Again, I would feel really bad if I got that wrong. And then I have friends in Japan that used to come in. So, and we had a couple of Japanese viewers actually in the past, like 3, like completely random people. There was one that was really cool, but they left. Ping these What video? The Pokemon one? No. The song, because he did exclamation point song. Ping is nice and short, just like my peepee. That's why I feel like it's like a perfect name, you know. But I can't get it on Twitch, unfortunately. I have it on every other social now. I think my Twitter, Instagram, YouTube Shorts. I think it's all Ping now. You'll watch that Pokemon video later? Aw, that's so sweet of you. Appreciate that, bruh. Yeah, even if you don't like it, just keep it on in the background to get me that, like, that algorithm, YouTube algorithm love, you know? If that's okay. I would greatly appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You guys make me tear up. I knew you'd make that joke. Well, so you were just setting me up for it then. Oh, I can't wait till my hair grows back. I look so weird right now. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Once I saw it starting to grow back, I thought it was gonna grow back faster. Like, what is this? It's like I'm balding. I don't like it. Like, can we get all of it back, please? I'm kind of curious now. If we have viewers from ever. Butter. Guys, let's look at my stats. I actually can't play that thing. Scalp massager. Is that gonna make it look like grow faster though? I don't know. Like, I don't know. All right, we're gonna look at stream summary, okay? And then in stream summary, we're gonna look at, or I think channel analytics. There's somewhere where it tells you which country people watch you from. Isn't that kind of cool? So let's look. Oh, here it is. And I'm gonna put it since I started streaming on Twitch, which was like February of last year. I don't even remember if it was last year or 2 years ago, whatever. Okay, here's my analytics. Y'all ready? You must wait. Aw, thank you, Doctor. Basically, you gotta wait till one of your songs plays, and then... Wait, I should have a command for this. I definitely have a command for this. I have a command for this. To explain. So, let me look it up. I might have deleted it. It stimulates hair growth? Really? I'm not gonna buy a scalp massager just to wait a little longer, though. I'm not that much of a loser. No, it's not music. That's what I was thinking, but I was like, oh, it can't be. You're a god, Doctor. This is why you're a mod. I was looking that up, bro. Thank you, Doctor. I think this is the song from Slave and Masters. Okay. Yeah, I guess it is. All right, so we have 66% from US, 7% Bangladesh, 4% UK, Peru. So this is Yesik. This is Timmy. This is Nathan. This is Chi. This is Random. Oh, we had someone from the Philippines. Shit, I don't remember. This might be Here Dot or other people. Oh, this is definitely Here Dot, actually. This is Moog and ZZ. Yeah, Belgium. Okay, and that's Sam. Hell yeah, I remember. I remember someone from Macedonia as well. But it's 66% US. And that's the way I like it. Okay, so we still have majority US, but that's pretty cool how we have, you know, people from all over. Yeah. This song is so good. Matter if you... This sounds like a different song. I don't know why. Yeah, I wanna play like GeoGuessr and all of those games if you guys are down. I'm in the mood. Like all the Wordle games. Those are fun. Think the sky. Maybe a little later though. That one who spoke really good English was from Philippines. Oh, Depth! You're right! I'm so dumb. Depth is from Philippines. How could I forget? Depth is from Philippines. I talked to Depth so much over the months, over the year. I don't even know how long. I used to play a lot of community games together, and she would tell me about graphic art, graphic design, I think she's doing in college now. Yeah, I try to remember all this stuff. Butter royalty free. Butter jazz lo-fi, fi. You're super right, Moog. You're 1,000% right. Depth. It's crazy. Me and Dinelle were talking about this the other day. It's crazy how many people. Oh yeah, and Jadep. Wait, you could verse the same people so often. Jadep Jamari. Also America, right? It's crazy how. I already forgot what I was gonna say. I'm going crazy. I'm just gonna. Deb Jamar is no longer. Oh, she changed her name. It's funny. The Slaves and Masters album was released in '90, but this is the most '80s sounding album. It does sound like '80s. Oh yeah, Babuli. Oh yeah. I forgot. Babuli Bamari.
Monkey do very good.
I thought she changed it again. Oh, I forgot she was Babuli. That's why. Please you. Oh yeah. I remember what I was saying. Me and Tinelle were talking about how there's so many female viewers. which kind of surprises me. Wait, I wonder if it shows any stats on that. But yeah, that surprises me because I'm not like, I'm not like a Chad. I don't look that hot, but I guess I'm kind of cool, so it makes sense. No, but I don't know. It surprises me. It's interesting. Maybe it's because of the games I play. I don't know. Whammon, why do y'all stick around here? No, I don't think that's what it is, Phoenix, but we can't all be like you, bro. Girls calling you handsome all the time. Damn. No, I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm chill. I'm pretty weird though. You guys, let me know. Tell me if you want, cause I don't know. What he said, the girls can't resist you. Yeah, okay. Don't make my ego too high. Should I give... I feel like quick attack is useless here because we get a speed boost, so I don't think it's useful. Or she? No, I think Phoenix is a guy, right? Yeah, Phoenix is a guy. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure. Okay, we need detect for the 5th gym, so what do I take out here? Slash is a good move, but it's a normal move, so we're actually not gonna teach it. You like my vibes? Aw, you are a dude. I know. That's why I said 99% sure, okay? Because I knew you told me that, but I don't know, okay? I don't know. Chill, weirdo. What? How am I being weird? What did I do? How am I being weird? I was gonna press a button. I already forgot which button I was gonna press. Oh, I think I was gonna press the button. I've been pressing that so often today. My mind. I have a bad memory. I think Phoenix was telling me that he already told me. Yeah, I've been calling you guys, bro. I was like 99% sure. I'm just really tired, so I'm just gonna stop. I have bad memory. I'm with you there. I also have bad memory. Or at least I thought I did, but I have decent memory. Yo, what's up, Jimmy? Jimmy, have you ever said where you're from? You don't have to, of course, but I feel like maybe you said it like once. Because I don't remember, and I feel like an asshole for not remembering. Where are you sitting? Not Jimmy, Chimmy. Chimmy. There's Chimmy, Jimmy, and Timmy that come through. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Everyone gets confused by it. Somebody is watching me. You know what would be cool? It would be cool if you could mute me and just keep the music playing, or vice versa. Because I could do that. But y'all can't do that. Twitch needs to implement that. That would be ahead of the game. Bro, you gotta chill, Butter. Like, that's all you talk about. That's all you, like, damn. You gotta chill. You gotta chill. You gotta chill. Oh, there's so many rematches in this game. That's kind of good. It's Jimmy, Jimmy, and Timmy. No. Jimmy, Chimmy, and Timmy. Not Jimmy, Jimmy. Jimmy, Chimmy, and Timmy. You are chill? Well, then... Yeah, I guess you are in the fridge. I guess you are correct there. I can't tell apart Jimmy and Jimmy. That's fair. Chimmy, Jimmy. Even Phoenix couldn't, and Phoenix is a native speaker, so you shouldn't feel bad about that, Mook. You're Butter. Not saying that you do feel bad about it, but oh, this is Space Truckin'. Let's go. Maybe I'll start purposefully drinking a shit ton of water and have ad breaks to go fill up my water. Maybe that'll get me to drink more water. Because so far I drank about 6 cups of water today, which is not even half of what I'm supposed to be drinking. Come on. Yeah. I could open my mouth so big. All right, we're going to try to verse the 5th gym here. Remember not to drink a lot of water in a short period of time. Yeah, what is a lot in a short period of time? Because I've heard, like, drinking, like, a bottle in the morning is okay. And I was just like, is it really? Like, that seems like a lot of water. You know? I don't know. You know? I don't know, you know? Yeah, these guys don't want to rebattle me. I don't know if Combustion is high enough level, but we're going to test it out. Come on. Wow, 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 wow. If we're faster than Slacking, then we could win, I think. If we're not faster, then it's not good. 3 liters? What is that in American? That's wow, Butter. How could you not have said that in American? This sounds like AC/DC. I like this. This has such different vibes than like other Deep Purple. Maybe I do need to add this album. Or maybe this wasn't the album, right? Because Space Truck and I don't know if that's separate. But maybe I need to listen to their other music. Is Butter a communist? Freedom Eagle, go. Yo, you just gave me a genius idea. Bro. Oh, he started with Spinda this time. What if I... Oh, you just gave me a... Oh, I'm gonna die. What if I added... Okay. What if I made a YouTube video and I did a stream on... I have more Pokemon ideas. They're just written down on... Like, I have 4 pages of Pokemon ideas. Freedom Eagles. I can only use America Pokemon. So it has to be like an eagle, like a hamburger. What is a hamburger? Like a, you know, like stuff like that. That seems kind of funny. I think that would be fun. That was a good idea. Thanks for the idea, Phoenix. A bit less than a gallon. Bro, what's a gallon? How many cups? 16 cups is a gallon, right? I couldn't even take out Spinda. Sorry, Butter. This is how I know you're not American, okay? A real American would know this shit. America Pokemon. That would be good, right? And then like capitalist Pokemon. And then I'll do a communist Pokemon run. What would a communist Pokemon run look like? Like, I can only use Pokemon of the same level. Capitalist, I'll have like 5 level 1s and 1 level 40. Oh my god, this is such a good idea. I'm gonna write this down. Capitalist run, communist run, or like socialist run, whatever. Like, I'll figure it out. And it's like, all Pokemon must be within 1 level of each other. Indiana is not America, okay? It is not. It is not even Earth. I'm just joking. You see, I feel like I already forgot. Indiana. Indians like butter. Indians like butter. Indians... It's just so hard to remember in my head. What's cool in Indiana? Tell me something cool that's in Indiana. Holy shit. How do we do so much damage on Slacking? Did I level Marshtomp up that much? Or did we get... Oh, shit. We did. He's gonna Hyper Potion now. Oh, nope. Okay. You guys have corn? Oh. That's cool, I guess. Corn. You have corn. Lanoon should be faster even with the under-leveled. Shit! He Hyper Potion. The now leaving Indiana sign. Damn, savage. Phoenix is, savage. Wait, Phoenix, have you said where you're from? Did I already forget? Are you from Phoenix, Arizona? Because that would make it so much easier to remember. Nevada. Oh, okay. Bro, how am I going to remember Nevada? Is there anything in Nevada? No offense. Isn't Nevada like all desert? Nevada desert. I don't know anything, but casinos and yeah, aside from casinos, isn't it like all desert? I almost went to Nevada. My friends went to Utah and Nevada, but I was in Japan. What percent of Nevada is desert? 86%. Huh? Wikipedia, the best source. Oh, never mind. Okay. I was how much what percent of desert is Nevada? What would you 28%. Oh, that's not bad. Oh no, this desert is 28%. Oh. That's still a shit ton. No, that's the desert is inside. Never mind. I'm going crazy. Remember the Indian on the butter container. Wait, are there Indians on the butter container? I'm not gonna remember. Wait, let me see. Let me know. Hey, soul sister. Indian on butter container. Oh shit. Is that why you name yourself? Is that why you have, bro? Is that why you're butter? Holy shit. That's such a good way to remember it. If I remember that she was on the butter. But I don't remember that. Rock slide is pretty strong. Watch me miss it. It has 90 accuracy. Watch me miss. Watch. Oh, I didn't miss. So, sister. By the way, if you want to check out VODs, I usually get VODs the next day. So if you click on it, it's not a sussy baka link. You could see all the VODs here. Most of the VODs. Some VODs I can't put up because of copyrights stuff. But we have VODs spanning 10 months old from my Throne Kingdom at War's sponsored stream. So we have a bunch of the subathon VODs here as well. So you could check that out if you'd like. It's better than Twitch VODs because, I mean, it's kind of better. First of all, YouTube just added with their new app update. You could scroll up, like you can watch YouTube videos outside of the app. So it's arguably like the same as Twitch now. And you won't get as many ads unless you're subbed to the Twitch channel. Because Twitch gives so many ads. So I would recommend that if you watch VODs. Nevada's like 95% desert, my guy. Oh. You don't have lakes? You said Lando Lakes before, but do you guys even have lakes? No, but you know, Ping, you should call. Yo, Timmy, what's up? We were just talking about you before. Did you hit up your crush? Sorry if I'm annoying. I'm just curious. Oh, that's cool. Fe. That means iron. I need more iron also. Iran, whatever. You guys always make fun of how I say it. We're gonna go sleep powder here. Yo, good vibes. This is Butter song, 100%. Okay, Indiana Butter. Damn it. Nevada Phoenix. God damn it, guys. In a few days, just catching up with her. Aw, bro, don't wait too long. You wait too long, she's gonna see you as a friend. Don't screw up. What is this phone number you're giving me? What is this? The rejection hotline? Oh, I probably shouldn't have looked that up. Listen, give me that phone number when we do You Laugh, You Lose, and it goes on prank call. Give me that phone number, and I don't know. Maybe I should call it anyway. Sorry, I looked it up. I just didn't want to, call the police or something. I'm just an observant Finn with eyes in my name. You're not just. You're Moog. Okay? You're more than that. But yeah, it's easy to remember where you're from. Because Finland sounds cool. You should call it. Alright, fine. Let me call it. Why would I give you the police? I don't know. I just don't have a good association with random phone numbers. Because I get a lot of spam. It is nothing personal. You don't have to? Alright, fine, I won't. Finland, the Funland. Enjoy, Nathan. I hope you make it back home safe tomorrow. Have a great and safe flight. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, we did better this time against the team than last time. You might? Bro, you gotta, bro. I'm telling you. I know Whammon, okay? Better than anyone in chat. This is a joke. I mean, maybe the Whammon in chat could back you up or say something. But like, you haven't talked to this girl in 2 months. You really like her. She's your crush. You've been messaging her the past couple of days. Like, I don't want you to fall in the friend zone, bro. That's all, you know. If she says no, I will call that number. Oh, that's what you were saying. Okay. I know women. I know women too. I have a mother and a father. I know I'm cool. My great grandma is a woman, so I know women. I kind of want to call it for the content. Should I do it? All right. Combustion has to carry. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to give it a different item. I don't know what item, but we need to give a different item. If the first Pokemon is always the same, we could give a black belt. I think black belt gives fighting moves more power. Yeah, it does. So let's try that. Huh? Why doesn't... Oh, I'm dumb. Yes. Hey, you know how we've been getting Pokemon regions? Yes! New York, France, England, Hawaii, Spain. It would be cool if they made another one in Japan. Would it be, though? They made... The first two were in Japan. I don't think they're going to do that again. It would be kind of cool, but, like, how could they make that unique? I'm not sure. Jesus, that did so much damage. Please one-hit KO, crit. The Choppleberry weakened it. Shit. Should I heal up here? I think we're going to need to train him higher level. The first four were in Japan. Huh? Hoenn was Japan? What region was Hoenn? Fourth was Diamond and Pearl was... Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think they should go back to Japan at all now. Oh, I didn't even think about that. You're right. Wait, the first four were in Japan. Is that true? I know the first two were for sure. Hoenn and Sinnoh were Japan. What parts in Japan? I wish I had dating advice. I've never been on a date before. What a loser. I'm just joking. I mean, I don't think you just might have a better perspective as a Wyman also. I don't know. PP look in music chat. This song sounds nice. Moog, you also haven't been on a date? Damn. Un, dos, tres, cuatro, 1 hour perfect loop. Nice. Beautiful. You really like that, huh? Okay, Rock Smash is actually working. Maybe I just sweep with Marshtomp. Sinnoh is based off of Hokkaido. Oh, that's why you have the snowy region. I see. But it should be all snow if it's based off Hokkaido. Hoenn is Kyushu? Yeah. That's fine, Moog. Do you want to go on dates? If you want to, you just gotta put yourself out there. If you don't care, then you're fine. It's all about what you want out of life, right? Bro, he keeps hyper potioning. This is so annoying. Maybe one day. Are you too nervous? If I'm prying too much, just let me know. I'll stop. Damn it. Marshtomp is dead. But you don't stop. I said a sleep bomb. I hate putting myself out there. Yeah, I kind of do too. But you could definitely get dates if you want, Moog. I think you can. The Perfect Lube is the best version. It's like an hour long though. It's not the best version. It's a good song though. I like the other one more. I'm more interested in living with my friends and owning a bakery than dating someone. But I've been made fun of a lot for not having a date, so I don't know anymore. Who cares? At the end of, I mean, you care, right? Obviously, we care what other people say, but as you get older, I don't know how old you are, Butter, but this is for anyone, right? Like people older than me might concur, but I feel like the older you get, the more you try to target your care about what other people think. Somebody's watching me. It's a great song. To like less and less people. Like you should only genuinely care about the people you care about should be the only people that influence you like with what they say, if that makes sense. Or not. Like you shouldn't care about what someone says like about stupid shit like, oh, you haven't gone on a date, blah blah blah. Unless you want to go on, like, I don't know. I feel like the older you get, the less you care about what other people think about you. That's pretty much what I want to say. I can't hear you, PP. What'd you say? I said 1 hour is too long. But yeah, you gotta figure out what you want, Butter. I'm waiting for that prince on white horse to knock at my door. Yeah. When I was younger, I was always like, oh, I'm just gonna let it happen naturally, you know? Like in those movies, the girl falls and all her books fall on the floor and I help her pick up the books and we stare at each other's eyes and it's like all like that. But that's not reality. It would be cool to see a Japan-inspired region again. She's on Omegle right now? Bro. I don't know if that's good, bro. You gotta go on Omegle and try to find her and be like, hey, oh my god. If you did it on Omegle, that would be crazy. It would be kind of cringe, but it's not like you're streaming it or anything. If you find her on Omegle, I'll ask, what? I'm not gonna look for a 14-year-old, 13-year-old kid. No, I'm not doing that. Especially on no or off stream. Nah, that's I can't do that, bro. That doesn't look good. She's under TikTok. Just skip her when you find her. Just to prove to you that I found her. But I don't want to go through like 40 dicks, you know, before I find her. Because that's what Omegle used to be like, at least. Type it if you can. I don't want to type everything I say, bro. Too long. Like somebody. But yeah, I was kind of like that too, Moog. And then I was just like, yeah, I can't do that. That's not reality. And now I'm excited. Now I actually want to go on the dating world. It took me 25 years to get that excitement feeling. But I need someone to help me make a profile, and I need to be more comfortable with what I'm doing in life, I think. I still think you should call the number. Why? Bruh. Bro, you want me to go on Omegle right now and look for your girl? Bro, that's so weird, bro. You should do that. Why don't I have that? You didn't ask her out. You said you were going to ask her out, okay? You said you were going to do it if I passed that level in Minecraft, and I did. So, I have tried drawing. I suck at it. Is this song playing twice? Alright, I'm going to have to skip it, sorry. And did Chimmy play it because he didn't answer me, but he's watching me? So he's like, somebody's watching me. He's always like deep like that, bro. It's funny. You said you wanted to call it for content? Oh, that's true. Alright, I'll call it. You think you're breaking the bot? Lol. I listened to this for 3 days straight. You're crazy. Hell yeah, Timmy. Do it. Do it, bro. Wait, this is more important right now. Random, did you comment on my VOD? I got a YouTube notification through my email. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Don't worry about it. We're not talking about that. The FBI's favorite song is Somebody's Watching Me. Damn, Chimmy's part of the FBI. FBI, I can't lie. I can't rhyme either. Alright, let's see. I want to see. This is exciting times, alright? Timmy's asking out his crush. Isn't that good content, guys? And I got a new comment and a new subscriber on my VODs channel, so I feel cool. Let's see what it says. Sadistic! The song is godlike. Oh my god, What the hell? There's another version? Bro, I gotta find all these blends, bro. They're so good. And this song is good. This part of the song is good. Oh my god, that was beautiful. Hell yeah, you got this, Timmy. I lose it all. Oh my god, I'm famous. You are famous, bro. You're on my VODs, bro. You're massaging her? Damn, that moved quick. That Sag was for the bot, not for Timmy. For Timmy, we go, let's go. We gotta give him God mode, guys. Timmy, you got this. God mode, bro. You gotta do muscles mode, bro. Hell yeah. You know what? Worst case scenario, I'm training my Marsh Tomp a lot. Yeah, look at the muscles, bro. You gotta put on your own fake muscles now and message her, bro. Do it. Let's go. Hell yeah, God emotes too. Nah, I want to listen to this music, Nathan. It sounds better. I'm sorry. Wait, am I gonna kill it? No. Oh, his defense is falling, though. That's good. Alright. Do I actually want to win? If I want to win, I could soda... Shit, he hyper potioned. But his defense was lowered, so... New comment? I'm not gonna check every second, bro. Alright, he's gonna attack me now. Oh, he's not. New comment? I don't see a new comment. Yo, this music is hype too. For Timmy. Hideki Nagano wa Love Can Save You. That sounds so random. Phoenix. Nevada. Butter. Indiana. Let's go. Hearts. I feel bad for the bot. Alright. Let's hear the bot. Bro, I don't even hear it, bro. Oh, I kind of hear it. Oh shit, wait, I can't put music on this. I could get copyright for that. I shouldn't do that. Just gonna take a minute to respond. Oh, what'd you say? Hell yeah that you got the balls to do that, bro. When PP joins, it doesn't break. Lol. Maybe I should just be there the whole time. Is he gonna hyper potion again? Should I sleep powder? No, I'm gonna seed bomb. Hell yeah, I made the right move. I asked if she's free. But what'd you say? Yes, I took out slacking. Did you say, are you free to hang out? Like, what'd you say exactly? Shit, he has an insane team though. Can I growth off of this? Oh no, I think he has a fire punch or some shit. So we gotta seed bomb, yeah. Are you free to talk? Oh, nice. Let's go. Holy shit, Ivysaur is about to die. I should have gone with the hypnosis or sleep powder. SOS, bro. The rest of my team is too trash right now. Alright, I think I know the plan finally, though. That's gonna one-hit KO, probably. Yeah. The plan here is to build Combuskin up. If Combuskin is a high enough level, we could potentially sweep. This is gonna one-hit KO. Yep. Oh. Come on, Lanoon. Oh. He has 5 Pokemon. That's actually pretty competitive. Not that part of the song, PP. Oh. My bad. Lanoon is actually pretty good, but... Yes! Get more XP. We need as much XP as possible. Spinda sucks, but it's gonna kill us now. What if we sand attack? Oh, I didn't pay attention to the song enough. Okay, we're dead. We're gonna train Combuskin. Dude. You had a beard? Kinda. Why, are you checking out the VODs? It wasn't a beard, but kinda. Na, 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 na. Yeah, this song is awesome. Easy. I kinda had a beard. Kinda. I was never able to grow a full beard, but I kinda had one. It stops for 13 seconds. Lol. Alright, we're gonna go to Wordle games in a few minutes, okay? I just want to get to the next area to... I'm an idiot. This is not the right way. Masray. I mean, this is not the wrong way, but this is a longer way. You played chess. I did play chess. Wait, what ranking are you, random? If you play a lot. You had more beard than most Finnish men? Really? Well, I'm assuming Finns are like have lighter features, yeah? I wish I could grow out a full beard. Like, a lot of Israelis have full beards and stuff. I can't do that. I hope one day I can. I think I need to shave more. I think that's my problem. I don't shave enough. I should shave, like, every day, and then maybe it'll grow more. Or, like, grow thicker. Yeah. I never said I play a lot, and a lot of what? No, I was just asking if you play chess, like, what are you ranked? Because you said that it was cool that I played chess, that's all. My beard can get really long. Damn, bruh. Do you grow it out? I don't like having, like, I don't want a long beard. I want, like, a nice-ass, like, fade. I want it to grow everywhere here and connect, like, to everything. But it doesn't grow that way. See, it grows more on the mustache than, like, on the sides. I want it to grow on the sides more. I don't want a huge beard either, but that's cool, though. Do you use Manscaped and all that stuff, Phoenix? Because I know there's a lot of stuff surrounding beard trimming nowadays. I suck chicken. Damn it, I was late. I play chess, but I'm bad at it? Oh, okay. I didn't say I suck chicken, I'm sorry. I grow it out to a certain point, but I like it a little bit short. I don't use Manscaped. Oh, okay. Wait, is Manscaped the right one? There's something specific for beards. Manscaped is for... I don't know if it's for beards, too. You're starting to get a stash? Nice. Damn, you're starting to get a stash. You're pretty young, too. I guess you'll have, like, your brother, right? Your brother had a little bit, if I remember correctly. Timmy, did she respond yet? I guess you would say if she responded. Still hasn't? Aw. Oh. She will soon. I was speedrunning Pokemon Mario 64, and I will go back to speedrunning it possibly this month even, depending on how things go. I want to get sub 20 in that game. What do you think everyone in chat looks like? Well, I know how some people in chat look like. So I don't need to wonder about that. I know how... I mean, I'm sure they're okay with me saying who they are, but I know how, like, half of chat looks like and sounds like. Actually, I know how Timmy sounds like, Nathan, because obviously, like, I know how Nathan looks. I know how some people in chat look. I'll just say that. For those that I don't know, I associate based off what you say. Like, there's some persona that I create in my head. Like, probably what everyone does, right? And the more you tell me about yourself, the more accurate of a picture I form. So sometimes, like, I thought Nathan looked very different until he showed me a picture of how he looked, and now I know how he looks, you know? But I had a different image in my head before then. So, I don't know, it's not very easy to explain. Because, like, it's a combination of factors, but yeah. This is the short version of Love Can Save You. Want to hear the full version? Sure. The song sounds nice. It sounds like at a disco you would do stuff. You know at least how my tongue looks like. That is true. Unfortunately, I do know how your tongue looks. That is very accurate, Random. So that's why I don't like asking personal information. Or I feel like it's rude and it's a little weird. Like I shouldn't do that. But like the more personal information I know, like where someone is from even, could help me create a more accurate image in my head. Like I don't know how Doctor looks, but I know how he sounds. I know like his age. I know where he lives. I know what he's doing in life. So I have a good image of like who he is as a person, or at least I hope I do. Because for me it's like authenticity is very important. So the more authentic it is, the easier it is to talk to you guys. I don't know. You know what I look like? I'm butter. That is true actually. I do know what you look like. But yeah, that's kind of how it is. I don't know. I'm assuming other streamers are the same, but I have no idea. Honestly, I could get a lot from the way people talk in chat. Like, I think most streamers would agree with that. Like, you could tell what type of person it is. You could tell if it's like a 10-year-old kid, depending on chat a lot of the times. Look at these muscles! Because usually they're really inappropriate and not that funny, and it's like, okay, bro. And they don't talk about deeper topics, because they're 10, you know? It's like, it's fine, but... So the bot was breaking too much? Lol. Thanks for the muscles, bro. Lol, does he know I'm actually a 27-year-old chiropractor from Missouri? Am I a 10-year-old kid? I don't think so. I think you're 11. I think you're an 11-year-old kid. The doctor says yes, so maybe you're 10. I don't know. If you are a 10-year-old kid, you're the most mature 10-year-old kid ever, Butter. And I hope you have parent supervision, because I think you have to be 12 for the website or something. I don't know. I don't remember what the ages are. But if you're under 18, you probably shouldn't say your age on stream, because there are weirdos out there. Yeah. What are your hobbies? Bro, did you not read the about page? Bro. I could guess your age, Butter, if you want me to, but... Alright, let me see. We're gonna go here. Bruh. If you come here, okay...
I like chill atmospheres and people who are easygoing. I also like playing guitar and piano and talking about philosophy, psychology, politics, pretty much anything. What I do on stream...
Like, I guess that's what it is. I don't know. I used to be a more interesting person. My hobbies used to involve drinking. And now it doesn't, so I'm less interesting. Guess, I'm curious. Do you have to do this voice? I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you were... like around my age or older, because you seemed really mature. And then one time there was a comment about millennials, and you said, "Oh, I'm not a no, about Gen Z," and you said, "Oh, that means I would be Gen Z." So that means like I know you're like not older than me. So then my guess is like I don't know. I'm gonna say teenagers. Mid-teenager to late teenager years. That's my guess. Wait. No, I lied. Early 20s. Late teenager to early 20s. That's my guess. That's my last guess. You sound so quirky, Flushed. I don't think I've ever seen you play piano. Yeah, it's because well, first look at my piano. I kind of keep stuff on... my water bottle. I kind of keep stuff on it. Because I'm dumb. But that's not really the reason. It's easier access to the hats when you guys redeem hats. But I don't play it because I tried to play it before and people said they can't hear it. So I would have to like plug it in. I honestly don't know how I could make it so that you guys could hear it well. So you're 18? Hey, I was right. Late teens to early 20s. Hell yeah, bro. See, I could tell. I will say I did think you did seem very mature for your age before. And now you're kind of mature. All right, see you, Random. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the games. I appreciate it. My hobbies include drawing and making stories. Oh, that's why you ask if I draw. If you know BK, then I've told her some of the stories I've come up with. Ah, who's BK? Sounds like a loser. I'm joking. Yeah, I love BK. She's really cool. She's funny. Yeah, because you said you started watching her and then Jimmy, right? Drawing and making stories. Cool. What stories do you make and stuff? Oh, my sister's around your age. Not gonna lie, I thought I was really immature. I don't think you are. Would you play piano next time you get a sub? Asking for no reason. Sure, I could do that. Hopefully you guys will hear it. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen to you too, Random. What stories do I make? Do you mean the genre or the setting? Both. See, now I'm trying to repeat everything in my head so I can create a more accurate picture of each of you as individuals. So, yeah. Like, I didn't know you draw. Like, in my head, Phoenix is person from BK, also from Jimmy. I've seen him in Jimmy's chat. He's 21 years old. A girlfriend called him handsome for the first time this year. He likes pretty cool songs like Michael Jackson and that stuff. Deep Purple. And now I'm trying to like put drawing and making stories into that. And beard. Like, I'm not gonna remember all of this probably, but yeah. Hey! Thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate it, Moog. Alright, let me play some piano then. I like it how it sounds when you try to speak German. Thank you. Auf Wiedersehen! I try my best. Thank you, Moog. This is gonna be more effort because so I'm not gonna play guitar. I'll play on piano. I gotta clean my bed later. I'm throwing all my stuff on. Oh my god, I had a guitar pick here the whole time. Oh, you gifted it to Benjo. Benjo rated recently. Just got affiliate, I remember. Genre, sci-fi, fantasy, mystery, horror, setting, kingdom. That's a lot. That's cool. Thank you, Moog. Settings, kingdom, small town, mystery, setting, sci-fi, city, ancient prophecy. Oh, playing ping pong is a hobby. Or used to be. Swimming. I don't know. Maybe I can tell you one sometime. Hell yeah, bro. Or shizzles, bro. I want to hear one of your stories. That's cool, bro. I used to write a lot, too. I don't anymore, though. Even when it's mostly wrong. Yeah, I don't know how to speak German. Okay. All the cables are tangled. Do that. I don't know how loud this is gonna be, so I'm gonna put the mic here. I'm gonna increase the volume a bit. You guys could hear me. Okay, can you guys hear that okay? It's gonna be a little low, unfortunately, but... What do I play? I haven't played in a while. What is that? there's what was that song? Like, I have some original music too. Still left undelivered? No! I'm sure she'll answer soon. I hope so. What is that song? Oh. If you guys know anime, you might know this song. That was beautiful. Thank you. Tiny Dancer? I don't know if I could... I've never tried that. I forgot how it goes, but... Put it as a song. I'll put it on Spotify and maybe I'll play it. Oh, that sounds bad. I forgot a lot, okay? This song was good too. Yeah, that's an anime song. Can you play that's a Naruto song. Can you play a No, I can't. I don't know. I only play like a few stuff. You know this one? Messing it up a lot. That's also from Naruto. Those are both Naruto. I'm so talented? Nah, but thank you. If I were to play an instrument, it would be piano or violin. Violin is hard. I used to play violin in elementary school. Send me the phone camera app. Okay, it's called IRIUN. IRIUN. I like Bluebird. Yeah, that's Bluebird, right? I don't remember the name. But this is beautiful. Do you know Sweet Hurt? I don't know. If you guys give me... If I could listen to it on Spotify, then I could try to play it. It would be rough and take me some time, but... What was the first song people were mentioning? Tiny Dancer. I forgot how it goes. Let me listen to it. Oh, I don't know. Something like that. Can I try Sweet Hurt? Elton John. It's Bluebird? Yeah, I did Bluebird before. Nice catching that. Sweet Hurt. You have a piano too? Try to play it. By Riona. That sounds nice. Something like that, huh? You know what? I like the sound of this song. I don't want to bore you guys with trying to learn it now. Maybe I'll learn it off stream. It sounds nice. Just the beginning. Sweet Hurt. Riona. Sweet Hurt. Your piano's broken? Oh, that sucks. I don't think I have perfect pitch, but I have decent. I don't know. There's what's that song? What's that song? got so much. I haven't played in a while. You guys want to hear an original song? Oh, this is totally worth the money. It'd be funny if you could play Last Surprise. No, I can't. I don't. I mean, if I play a song, I could play it like I could learn it like by ear, but I can't do it right away. It takes me some time. Original song? Play a Pokemon song? I don't even. What is it? Wonderwall and everything. What's up, broccoli? Alright, I'm gonna play my original and then we'll stop. Cause this was for one gifted sub and we're playing Pokemon and I haven't played piano in a while, so it's gonna sound like shit. Probably. I started when I was 6. There's no lyrics. I'm messing it up a lot. Something like that. Something like that. Good timing on the applause. Something like that. I don't remember. I kind of screwed it up a bunch. Oh, but that's pink. Ping on piano. I started at 6, but I haven't learned something new on the guitar in years. Same thing on guitar. I mean, on piano in years. Like same thing on guitar. I haven't learned new songs in a long time, which sucks. But play an Undertale song. Endless Dives at the Instrument by Epic Games Piano. I've been playing. Technically, I started when I was like 6. My uncle taught me, but I guess 19 years. Damn, that sounds so crazy. I am not good for 19 years of playing. But I haven't learned a new song in a very long time. Part of me thought to become a music streamer. That was great. Thank you. See you random. You're gonna go get a strawberry shortcake? Okay, cool. But I don't know. Because people have been telling me, like, I made that song when I was like in high school, or middle school or high school, and like people have been telling me in family and stuff when I was starting out YouTube and stuff. They're like, oh, teach English, because obviously I did that in Japan, but also they were like, why don't you do music? And I was just like, I don't want to do music. Your piano's pretty good, not gonna lie. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. I'm not as good as a lot of other people, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I play a lot of Gorski music, which is, and like some Turkish music, Israeli music. It's like cultural music. Not that I'm Turkish, but Gorski is like people from Azerbaijan and stuff, which is where my parents are from. So I didn't play that for you guys because that sounds very different. But yeah, I don't know. I have thought about doing music streams, but music, like main music, but music is hard, man. Have you ever sat down at one of those mall piano? Nah. I've never done that. I have sat down in a piano in Korea. Let me see. Let me show you. あの遠くへ行き失せても今までしてくれたことは忘れずにいたいよ。Yeah. I sat down at this piano in Korea and I played a little bit. But I was too like shy. I didn't play much. This was sick. It was a random piano in the middle of Korea. I think this is Korea. Aside from that, not really. Oh, where were you in Korea? I went to Busan and Seoul. I went to Busan. I went to Busan first for like a few days. That was really fun. September of, what was it, 20 something? I went to Seoul longer, I think, but it wasn't as good. Just because of the group of people I was with, and I was already in Korea once. Busan I went to like pretty much after I went to Japan. Like I went to Japan to teach English, and then I traveled to Korea like a month into the job. I've shown some of this before, but yeah. This is Korea. Cocky pub. I had to take a picture. What else? Why, have you been to Korea, Broccoli? I don't want to show pictures of other people because I don't know if they would be okay with being shown on stream. Korean Burger King. I know, right? I don't think I had it, but I'll show this guy, though. Look at this random drunk guy, bro. I think he died. I don't know. Combuskin died. Oh, Combuskin, you so poo-poo. What else? Oh, these are the people I went with. You can't really see them, so it's okay. Look at that view. Isn't that amazing? This was like some special town, and I think it was Busan. I think the first time was Busan, but I've never been to Korea, to be honest. I'm too tall. Who cares if you're too tall? It's a good time, bro. Japan is also like for shorter people, but like, who cares, man? One of my friends, he went there. He's really tall, 6'7". I don't know. He's really tall. Went to Japan. He had to crouch for a lot of stuff. You're gonna stick out as a foreigner anyway. I'm assuming you're not Korean. I could be wrong, but so like, who cares? Just do it, you know? That's what I say. Oh shit! I still have this shirt. Damn, that's a bad picture. Back to what Pink said earlier, we all honestly all have our 10-year-old moments. True! 1000%. Korea was really cool. Look at this picture. Oh, I guess I shouldn't show people. But look at this panoramic like picture. Oh, that area was very nice. I don't know what else. The food wasn't bad either, but I prefer Japanese food. Beer with fries is like the best thing though. If you guys drink, I don't drink that much, but beer with fries is so good. Hello? Is that Timmy I hear? She hasn't responded yet? Oh no, not beer with fries, beer with chicken. I'm dumb. Beers with chicken. No, why do you think she hasn't responded? Oh, okay. Are you nervous? That makes sense. I'm just showing. Look, this chicken was so good. I don't like beer normally, but beer with chicken is so good. Oh, the fries or whatever, but no, what? No. Timmy? Wait, can they hear you? Oh, they can't hear you, bro. Oh, I hate when this happens. Let me try to make them hear you.
Are you from Canada?
There we go.
Uh-huh.
Are you from Canada? Wait, what?
Yeah, so the first person on Omegle
Oh,
said,
really?
"Are you from Canada?" Motherfuckers pulling people's IPs.
That's kind of scary, no?
Yeah, it's fine. And now my webcam ain't working again. Oh, it's because I'm on Opera
That's
GX.
good. Let me just read chat for a second. Sumimasen.
You're good.
If I ever went to South Korea, I'd have to check out one of the Seoul coffee shops. I feel like I must have checked that out because I was in Seoul, but I don't remember coffee shops being like. What's special about the coffee shops there? I wish I could travel to different countries. You're still young, bro. Don't worry, you'll be able to one day. I think. You're 21. I mean, we're both. I'm young too at 25. Like, I traveled to Japan. I traveled quite a bit, but I still want to travel a lot too. But I think you will. Japan, Spain, France, Poland. Yeah, that sounds cool. I want to travel to Spain as well. This all looks bomb. I can't drink beer. You could have in Dominican Republic. It's 18 there. Woo! We can't hear Timmy. We hear Timmy. Thank you. Sounds very much like Dinell again. Anyway, go ahead, Timmy. If you wanted to say something. But yeah, I guess not. Beer is probably not gonna be as good as everyone makes it out to be. I honestly think alcohol tastes like shit, but it's nice. It's a nice feeling. And I mean, if I like the taste of alcohol, that would be bad. I think. I drank a lot when I was living in Japan for the first year, and then the second year I calmed down, and now pretty much that was the only period of time where I drank a lot in my life so far. So it's fun, but it's also not good for you, obviously, and it's expensive depending on where you live. I mostly want to visit Spain because I want to visit the Sagrada Familia. What is the Sagrada Familia? Wakaranayo. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, this is McDonald's in Korea. Oh, I'm hungry again. This tasted so freaking good, guys. This tasted so good. Oh my god. Sorry. I had to say that. McDonald's in Japan tastes good too. But that was a lot of Busan. What did I remember in Seoul, I fell in love with like the music there. I literally I was at the music area for like the longest time. Hey, back when I had hair. This is Seoul. Oh yeah, they copy a lot of Japanese stuff. They had a One Piece ship and cafe. Oh, this is what you mean. Yeah, wait, this was a cool cafe actually. I'm dumb. This was a cool cafe. It was like One Piece themed. That was cool.
I just saw someone with a fucking bunk bed, bro.
Bunk van?
Yeah, like a Lightning McQueen bunk bed on Omegle.
Oh, I used to have that when I was a kid. Look up the
Bruh.
I will look up the Sagrada family after this. My parents have crappy 30-year-old wine from their wedding. Lol. This was inside the ship. Like it was weird. This is the cafe and then this is like the merch that you just saw. I think it was like that. Yo, and this was like Chipotle or whatever. Oh.
Yo.
Or not Chipotle. What does it say? Cuchara? It's like Chipotle, I heard. I don't know. Yeah. It is cool. I could show you all the pictures from here. I didn't take pictures with people much. Look at this Korean haircut. I miss having hair. Look at that. Bro, Korean haircuts are on another level. They cut your hair like just with scissors. Like it feels like someone is like blowing on your hair 24/7. It was so nice. And I was like, bro, this haircut is the nicest haircut I've ever gotten in my life. Can I take a picture with you? And he's like, yeah, sure. And this is before the haircut. I was taking pictures for a before and after. No smocking. Yeah. A lot of Japanese merchandise. Oh my god. And this is diabetes. If anyone wants diabetes. Anyway, that was my soul adventure. You're right, actually. Those were two cool cafes. Thanks for the follow, Rise Gaming. I appreciate it. You look fine, not gonna lie. Not in a weird way. Yeah, the haircut was nice, right? Okay, let me look up the Sagrada Familia. For anyone wondering, I'm training up my Combuskin for the 5th gym. Let's go! Because he needs to double kick, sweep, and he'll get speed boosts, and he's too weak right now. What's up? Hello? You said yo?
No, sorry. I unmuted back.
Oh, okay, you're good. Why is the Sagrada Familia so famous? Famous for being one of the most iconic examples of Antoni Gaudi's unique style. Oh, it's like a cool looking church, yeah? Damn, this shit looks mad nice. This is in Spain? That looks so nice. Wait, now I want to see this. Now I want to go to Spain to see this. Cool shit, bro. It suits you in my... Yeah, I need to get my barber to, like, change up my hairstyle. Because, like, my brother came home once with a nice hairstyle, and now he only gets that hairstyle. And it looks so good on him. I gotta talk to my barber. I gotta tell him, bro, you've been screwing up my hair. It's been 8 years or, like, 20 years. I don't know. I've been going to him for a long time. You could do better.
What Pokemon is that?
This is Combuskin. It's a chicken Pokemon that evolves from another chicken and becomes a big chicken. I make myself fine. Oh, what Pokemon game is this? Great question. This is your Discord server active? It is active. Feel free to join if you'd like. I mean, it goes through its phases of inactivity and activity. It's been pretty active the past few weeks, though. It's pretty lit. And I respond to anything I see, pretty much. This is PokeMMO. It's a game where you could play with each other. Pause. But you could play with each other. And it's an MMO, so if you see these people in the background here, these are literally, like, real people playing. You could play it on Hoenn. You could play it... So I'm playing on Pokemon Emerald right now. You could play it Emerald, Black and White, and, like, 1 or 2 other games. It's pretty cool. Let's go Aerial Ace here. I picked Hoenn because Hoenn's my favorite region. PokeMMO. It's a free game, too. This is the website if you want to check it out. I'm not sponsored. And also, you could add me, which is my Twitch username, if you would ever want to. And we could battle each other in the game and stuff like that. It's harder than regular Pokemon games. They made, like, the moveset's harder and stuff like that, which makes it challenging, but also a little annoying because you gotta grind more. But it is free. Yes, something you can indeed afford. Anyone in chat could play this game if you have the right tools. You do have to install ROMs though, which you get online, which I will not help with because that is illegal. Unless you DM me, then maybe I'll help you if I know you. But you basically download the actual games to import into this game. And then you could play multiplayer with a bunch of people. So for those wondering, I've been playing a lot of this, but we do some variety here, but a lot of this channel is going to start surrounding Pokemon content. So tomorrow we're going to do or Monday, we're going to start a Pokemon Nuzlocke. What game were we doing it in? I think, I don't remember actually. I don't remember. X and Y maybe? But yeah, we're going to do a hardcore Nuzlocke. For those that don't know, Nuzlocke makes Pokemon games harder. Like if your Pokemon faints, it's dead forever. You got to release it. It's pretty fun. Pretty interesting. So we're going to be doing that stuff and alongside variety because I always want to play variety stuff with chat and stuff. I'm not mean to butter. I'm mean to pizza. All right? Get your facts right, butter. Jesus. I got to give another mod comment to it. No, I was joking. I don't want to lose my woo privileges. But I've been playing this game for quite a while. So we're going to stop soon, actually. And we're going to go over to Wordle type games. So we could chill more with y'all. I also got to go pee-pee soon. Which I've been holding in. I ate pizza. Is that why pizza didn't show up today? How could you, butter? Wait, how does butter eat pizza? That part doesn't really make sense to me. Wakaranai, bro. Wakaranai. Yeah. You're just like, yeah. This song is great. I wish. I'm so excited for the goal, guys. I'm so excited. For those that don't know, this is the goal. I am super excited to go to Japan next year, if it happens. Because karaokeing with random Japanese people is one of the funnest things to do. One of the most fun stuff to do. And I want to show you guys that experience. I want you guys to experience that a bit with me. The only problem is, I hope it's not too weird to hold a camera. Like, I wish I could stream from my glasses, you know? So I'm gonna need to find a way to make that less weird. Or, yeah, I don't know. But hopefully you guys could experience it through my eyes or whatever. I have a mouth, duh. Why do you think I haven't been used yet? Good. That's a good point. That's why they kept you around. Well, why did... Oh, wait. Is owner mad because pizza got eaten? Or owner doesn't know? Is Kate mad? Once Combuskin reaches level 28, by the way, we're gonna go to Wordle. Owner doesn't know? Oh, shit. When owner finds out, I don't know if you're gonna survive, butter. Owner might get a bit pissed off. I don't know. Good luck. That's all I can say. What does rise mean? Wait, like rise, like go up. I'm so dumb. I was like, I feel like I've seen other rise gamers around. Ooh, detect comes in useful for moves like bounce and fly. That's actually pretty good. Combuskin! You're so close to level 28. I got a pee-pee, guys. Can I go pee-pee? I'm gonna go pee-pee. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go pee-pee. Bye-bye.
No, not on my mouse pad.
Building something?
Spilling.
Yeah. Oh, oh. That's not good. Yo, the song slaps, bro. I've faced a character too before. That's just part of the job, isn't it?
Ah.
Tyler, did you die when I said don't die, bro?
Nah, dude. Nah, there was a guy sniping on the footstool or on the steps, and
Sounds like he died.
and then as I was trying to like jump over it.
Oh, right there. Damn, bro.
Did he get trick shotted? Oh, you gotta run over? Of course I'm muted. Now I feel like a dumbass. Hi, I'm new. Misha Krabrov. Hello. Как дела, Misha? I got you. I don't know who that is. Is there a way to... So this should be fine. Alright. This is so hard. It's gonna be full of spelling errors. I know, right? Not me, though, because I was a former English teacher in Japan for 2 years. But, you know, whatever. You know, it's fine. You know, you guys will probably screw it up. This is a good song, though. I like this song. Tell me you love me, she bada booty. Oh, the music stopped in my ears because of my audio mixer. I have to wait 40 seconds because I have the trial version of it. Tell me you need me. She bought a beauty. She bought a booty. That's not what they say. This is hardcore. This is really hard. I already suck at like drawing, so for me it's like whatever. I'll come over, share. Where do you live?
This is dirty.
Oh my god. What's the weird stuff I was saying? I hate how it shows top clips. It will always show me twerking. And people who are new have to see that. Yo, Nico, what's up? How you doing, bro? I still have to respond to your Twitter message. But, yeah. How you doing, bro? I'm so happy. We're progressing. Last time, this combustion was a little chicken. Now it's a big chicken. And it's killing, the people it grew up with. Which is pretty cool. Once it hits 28, we're going to Wordle type games, which we haven't played in a while. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I have no more aerial aces. I'm doing good, Nico. How are you doing? Stream Elements always answers you back. I wanted to do something specific. I don't remember. I wanted to write something down. Bullet punch, don't kill. I don't think, yeah. What am I saying? Bullet punch wouldn't kill. Oh, I remember. Stuff for stream. I think stuff that I want to do for stream, I'm gonna get from a website. I'm gonna like work. There's some like study website where you could do studies and get paid money. I think I want to buy stuff for stream using money from that website. And then Twitch money, I want to save up for maybe hanging out with friends. I don't even want to spend that money, but I want to save up for Japan. Is Stream Elements actually okay? We don't talk about it. We don't mention Stream Elements again, or you get a strike. I can't log in. Which for a few days. What, in Twitch or YouTube? I don't even know what that means. Where in Japan would you want to go? So I lived in Japan for 2 years. I taught English there. I taught in Kumamoto. And I studied abroad in Kyoto. And then I lived in Tokyo for a couple of weeks. I've been to Hokkaido. I've been to Kobe. I've been to Hiroshima. I've been to a lot of areas. I want to go back to Japan to show you guys Japan.
I want to do 1 week of content in Tokyo, maybe Kyoto also because it's kind of nearby, and I want to do 1 week of vacation in Kumamoto, with the people that I miss and haven't seen in 2-3 years. If you strike me again, you're no. I won't strike. No strikes. No strikes. Gomennasai. You're good, Nico. Okay, that's good. So yeah, I've been in countryside. I've been in big city. I want to go back to Japan for nostalgia a bit, but I want to show you guys it. I hear Hiroshima is the bomb. You're not wrong. I actually went to the exact spot where the bomb dropped. I don't know how they figured it out, but I guess there was a crater there. I don't know. But I went to that exact spot, and there's a museum there that got renovated in recent years. Or no, I think the one in Nagasaki got renovated. I'm forgetting Japanese. Whatever. The museum in Hiroshima is like intense, bro. You Doini? I don't think I've heard that one before. Doini? Now I fixed the problem. Let's go, Nico. Let's go. But yeah, I would want to go to Japan. To show you guys Japan. I think Japan has, even in Japan, people don't speak English that well, so it could be interesting. Like, the only thing I'm worried about is like streaming. Like, I hope people. The thing is, when Japanese people are drunk, they're very open. So I feel like if I was streaming in Japan, like in Tokyo, especially, I think I would be okay with like streaming. Like, I think there would be like, I think I wouldn't run into many issues. I think very often, apparently, because I've been saying that a lot. Wait, I leveled up to 28. I didn't even realize. My bad. After this kill, I actually want to try the 5th gym one more time, but I'm not gonna, because we're gonna play some Wordle. If you guys are down. You think. I think, exactly. I think, therefore I am. Who said that? Rosu? Russ? Some philosopher, I don't remember. Jean-Pierre Rousseau or something? Bro, who said that? Does anyone remember? I think, therefore I am. Descartes. I knew it was like some French thing. Descartes said it. The idea that existence only relates to like thinking, I guess. I don't know. I think, therefore I am. Like consciousness equals existence. I don't know. I'm drawing my friend's starting screen at the moment. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Wait, can we see that when you're done with that? You never ended up drawing my my emote, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. We have so many creative people in chat. We got Phoenix, we got Butter. That's about it. I'm just joking. And everyone else who like drawing and artist type people. Oh, you finished it? Why didn't you say anything? I just got scared and deleted it. You gotta stop doing that. Cortez, what's up? How you doing? You gotta stop deleting stuff. Like that message for the subathon. I wanted to see what you made, but you deleted it. Oi. What's up, Moog? I made a bunch of characters over the years. Nice. Cortez, how you doing? We're actually talking about you before. Kind of, not really. I was just mentioning people from my brain that I remember, like as viewers and chatters, and like where they're from. And I was like, Cortez, California. HH. The funny thing is, I've made characters when I was a kid too. My characters just sucked ass. Alright, when Combuskin is level 29 or 30. I lied, okay? That's when we'll do Wordle and stuff. I'm a liar. I'm sorry. I just feel like we're chilling right now. Just because we can't make creative ideas doesn't mean we can't make you read. Nice. That was good. That was very good. Well, you could be creative with the messages. Listen, I'm not a good drawer either, Broccoli, if it makes you feel better. You list artistic people and don't include me. I did that on purpose, so I could see what you would say. And Moog. You see, I didn't finish. You always be talking about me, don't lie. Nah, not always, but sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. I try to put a lot of depth into the characters I create. Yeah, probably not as much depth as Moog does in her artistry, okay? So, Sorry, Moog gets jealous very easily, so I was just joking. I don't know. There's a lot of artistic people in chat. I mentioned Butter and Phoenix because they were talking recently. My bad. Did you see the Gen 9 trailer? What a great question, Nico. I am so glad you asked that. Please check out my YouTube if you want to see my reaction to the Gen 9 trailer. Woo! We're at 25 views. We gotta beat 69. That's a good number. If you watch the whole thing, it helps me out. Okay? You don't need to actually actively watch it. And you don't even need to do that. But I would appreciate it. Boom. Glad you asked. Yes, I've seen it. Woo! I love when people ask me that question. It's my favorite question. Thanks, Broccoli. I try. You know why? Usually I'm not that lazy with the content. You know why, Broccoli? And usually I don't make reaction like videos. It's because I had to upload it as fast as possible to get a lot of views, even though I didn't get a lot of views because the video was too long. But that was my thinking. So I was Russian, bro. Not like Russian like spasiba, not like the speaking Russian, not the language, but like I was Russian. I was like
Type faster, write everything faster, make the thumbnail. Am I gonna do it in time?
So right as the trailer came out, I reacted live, and then I took like an hour or two to get all of that up. Question of the day! It's been a while since we got question of the day. For those that don't know, it's the question of the day. New Pokemon Generation live reaction? Gone wild? I should have remained that. I did react to a reaction video. Thank you. I appreciate that. React to a reacting of a reaction. Well, that's not what it was, but water or Gatorade? That is the question. I appreciate the sub though, Broccoli. If you like a lot of Pokemon, you're gonna see a lot of Pokemon. And also a subathon video, which I will come out with eventually. Gone sexual? I almost died. Water. Let's go. Water beats Gatorade. I agree. I picked Gatorade. Water. I don't even drink Gatorade. You know what made me think of that question of the day? You guys ever watched Waterboy? In Waterboy, it's an Adam Sandler movie. He goes, well, there's a guy that goes, Gatorade, and he goes,
H2O.
He goes, Gatorade. He goes,
H2O.
watch. Gatorade, H2O, Adam Sandler.
Water sucks. Gatorade is better. What? Use it on the field.
Damn, that quality sucks. This movie's like 10 years old. 20 years old, I don't know.
Gatorade not only quenches your thirst better, it tastes better too, idiot.
Hell yeah, Broccoli.
You're drinking the wrong water.
Number 69.
Gatorade. H2O.
Gatorade.
H2O.
Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Water sucks.
No, stop
it
saying
really,
it.
really sucks.
You don't mean that. You're bad people.
That's the scene.
H2O.
Gatorade. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It'll quench ya. It's the quenchiest. Sokka! I had to think for a second for that. I'm not gonna put that scene. But, cause everyone watched Avatar, right? Except Liam. I found out the other day, I was in his stream, he didn't watch, he said Sokka. Bro, he watched the movie, I feel like, bro. Who says Sokka? Damn. Fuck him up, Adam, right? It is an American classic. Is that what American commercials are? No, that's from a movie. Sokka. Pega. Typing this out loud. So you don't need to be artistic. You could be funny, Broccoli. That works too. Which version are you gonna play first? I think I'm gonna get Scarlet, and I'm gonna make a YouTube video talking about why I'm gonna get Scarlet. And it's gonna be such a dumb YouTube video, but that's what I've learned. Okay, I see people making 2-minute YouTube videos and getting thousands of views. That's what I've learned. I gotta change up my content. I can't edit content for hundreds of hours, like these full-on Nuzlocks, and that's it. I gotta put on 2-minute vids of me going, Pokemon Scarlet is cool. And the other one is Pokemon Violet drools. And then that's how I'm going to get views. So. They made a movie for a short advertisement? Yeah. That's exactly what they did. Why are you sagging, Moog? It's a good movie. Adam Sandler makes very dumb movies, generally. But they're like funny. Half of them probably would get him canceled nowadays, but... Simply make a short TikTok video where you do something illegal. True. How come the red legendary doesn't... Right? Well, okay. I'll tell you the reason. It's because it's supposed to be old-styled. His name is Koraidon, which comes from old... Korai means old history? I forget exactly what it means. But it means old something. Or like, yeah, something like that. So... It's based off, like, the old versus the new. Like, Miraidon, which is the other Pokemon's name, means future. So, the old one has wheels, but has to run because he's, like, you know, he's like a horse. And then the new one is, like, a cart. That's pretty much why. What's with the question marks? I was showing empathy to Broccoli. Oh, my bad. People aren't understanding what the past is about, and it shows. Damn. That's why I'm gonna get the past one. I feel like I can relate more, you know? I like 80s music. That's about it. There's literally nothing else I could relate to, but that's why I want to do the past one. Imagine they make a third one, and it's like to the games, and it's like the present. When was the wheel invented? How do you not know this, like, basic knowledge, bro? How do you not know when the wheel was invented? This is like what they teach you in grade school, bro. Like literally 4200 to 4000 BC, if I remember correctly. Somewhere in between there, like that they invented the wheel. It's pretty common knowledge. I don't know what they teach in Californian schools, but in New Yorkan schools, that's what they teach. So kind of cringe, not gonna lie. Aw, Broccoli and Mook are getting along. 4000 BC is the Pokemon future. Is it? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yo, what time period? That's a good video idea. That's more research, but I like that shit. What time period is each game set in? If I made a video on that, that could be cool. Thanks for the idea, bro. Appreciated. Why did I just switch my Pokemon? Oh, because he died. Being so smart. Thank you. You see... This is why I went to college, so I could remember when the wheel was invented. I'm choosing the past because living in a sci-fi world where robots are present. Yeah, I feel like so many games do that. It just sounds kind of boring. Salem Witch Trials, let's go. Like, if I were to choose the past or the future in real life, there would be a lot of factors I would have to think about, right? Like, is this 20 years in the past or like 200 years in the past, right? But also, like, there's a lot of shitty things in the past. Like a lot of things are better now. But in the future, none of us know what's gonna happen. Things could be a lot worse. And there's things that are worse now than in the past, too. So, it's, yeah. Like, I wouldn't want to be in Europe, you know, because I'm a Jew. Anytime in history. But... Didn't someone ask if you could travel to the past or future? Yes, and I said past, I think. Oh, no, I said future. But that's just traveling, like, one time in the... Like, obviously, if you could travel once to the past or future, I'd rather go to the future. Because in the future, you just get a lottery ticket, you go back home, you know what's going to happen. I think I said future. Past, like, we already have history about it. Why do I need to go to the past? I made the exact same point. Did I? No, I think I'd rather go in the future. If it was one point in time. If it was, like, forever, maybe the past. I don't remember what I said. So, here, I'm not recycling content. I don't do I recycle content? Cortez, have you ever heard me say something like many times? Exactly. You see, he didn't say anything. That means I don't recycle content. Have you ever seen me play this game? Have you ever seen this pen in my mouth? Exactly. I don't recycle content. Have you ever seen my webcam with the rounded corners? You probably have. Have you ever seen a 1 out of 7 for lip mask? You haven't. Not recycled content. You always say oh. Anyway, that pen is in your mouth, yes. But you've never seen the pen in my mouth in the past, have you, Phoenix? It's because I don't recycle content. I refurbish content. So I used to put a pen in my mouth, but this way. Right now, I put it this way. See, that is refurbished. It is not exactly the same. It is not recycled. Bro, what am I saying, bro? I swear, I lose brain cells when I stream. I swear to God. I was going to say something really mean. Say it. Say it. I want to hear it. Yes. Say it. Oh, say it. Say it. Say it. Say the really mean thing. Say it, Cortez. Say it. Say it. You should say it. I think you should say it, Piantissimo. I mean, I'm not gonna like push you to, but no, I don't care. Bro, if you say shit about me, it's probably gonna help me more than it hurts me, right? Like, I always say this. Like, if a girl comes up to me, and if I come up to a girl and I'm like, do you want to go out? And then she goes, wow! I would rather her say, no, you're fucking ugly, than her saying, maybe. Because, like, I want to hear the truth, you know? If she says I'm ugly, I know I can't do anything. Like, that's it. Like, she doesn't like me, you know? It hurts, but I could move on. Woo! But if she says, like, maybe, then it's like, oh, I gotta play this game. And then she doesn't really care, you know? Like, I don't know. I have a boyfriend. Pepper sprays me. Like, yeah, like, I don't want that to happen again. Like, it's happened so much in my life. Like, she doesn't actually have a boyfriend. I know. I stalk her Facebook. Like, she could just be truthful, you know? Yeah, exactly. When she clearly doesn't. I'm just joking. I don't stalk Facebooks anymore. I'm not 14 years old anymore. But, anyway. You guys are so distracting. I forgot what I wanted to do in the game. Oh, yeah, he's level 29. Let's get him to level 30. Once I had a girl tell me she'd date my son and not me. Bro, do you even have a son? And is your son like 5 years old? Because if he is, you might want to report her. That's what I would do. That's pretty harsh. It's pretty harsh. You do not have a son. Oh, okay. Cortez, I want to hear it. I really, really want to hear it. But you don't have to say it, bro. I'm not going to make you say it. But I really want to... He's probably like, that one time when you made that type of content, I wanted to kill myself. I didn't want to come ever again because it was such boring ass shit. And I'll be like, you know what? Fair. A lot of people don't like when I play certain games. But listen, I'm a variety / Pokemon streamer right now, so... Technically, your son is you because of genes. You know, usually you're good, Phoenix. I don't know if that one follows. I don't know about that one. What zone am I even in? I don't know, bro. Half you? Half you? Oh, she wants to date half of you? Half of you is all of me. My point's still... Paying, not gonna lie, you're actually really helpful. Huh? What did I do that was really helpful? Shares 50% of your DNA. Oh, okay. Okay, that kind of makes sense actually now, Phoenix. I like that. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think honesty is the best policy. Like, that's what Sesame Street taught me, and I agree. Because it is the best policy. In general. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, so many awes today. I'm happy I could be helpful. I'm just sharing my thoughts. I don't know what I was trying to say there. Doesn't even matter. Awesome. Alright, I'm gonna stop pressing it. It's getting cringe. No, it's actually not, but I'm gonna stop pressing it for now. TB, what kind of candy Japan have? Why do you sound like Nathan? What kind of candy? Nothing wrong with Nathan. I'm just saying, like, that's how he talks in chat. They got chocolate. They have, I don't know, bro. Yo, thanks for the Moog. I appreciate it. Those star sugar candies? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even gonna lie. They have, they got Pokemon. They made her into a candy. I don't know. They have, they got this really sweet, I think it's sour, actually, not sweet. Like gum, but it's not gum. It's candy. And I could just taste it in my mouth right now. I used to be so addicted to that. Oh, so good. I don't even know how to describe. Someone actually showed them to me on stream before, but sugar stars? Pokey is good. I've had that. It is good. Do you like salty licorice? I don't like licorice. Pokemon candy? Literally where? You see, this is why she said that she wants to date your son, bro. Because you're getting excited for Pokemon candy, okay? Salmayak? Is that Finnish? Alright, let's look up sugar stars first. Am I gonna see some TOS stuff? I don't think I've ever seen this. Conpeito? I don't even know if this is Japanese, guys. You guys are like high, but it's okay. Salmiakki. You've seen that? Negro? Bro, I don't want to get canceled, bro. What are you guys doing? Double salt licorice? Does that taste good? What was this thing? Yellow candy, very sweet, Japan. I wish someone could tell me what it is. It's none of these. Oh, that's why you guys mentioned this. No, I don't even recognize this. Oh yeah, this is popular Japanese candy. They put beans inside. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Yuzu. I think it might be a yuzu. Yuzu means it's a type of like citrus in Japan. Yuzu candy. No, I gotta get closer, bro. Yuzu candy bar. Bro, I need to find it. And you guys have to send it to me when I get a PO box. I will be very happy. I was gonna say some sus stuff, but I stopped myself. Maybe it wasn't yuzu. Maybe it wasn't. I'm dumb. Oh, there's a lot of Kit Kat flavors in Japan. There's that. Let me read chat. My bad. That's what the Super Mario Galaxy Star bits are based off of? Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Props to Pokemon for not naming the new games just Pokemon Past and Future. True. They went back to the color scheme, which is cool. Oh, where to this mean?
Wow, you're right. Woopa can learn Ice Punch. That's weird.
Anyway, did you guys hear about President?
This is too long, bro. I'm sorry. I have to read chat. You know, we're big streamers here. My attention span is very small, just like my pee-pee. So I can't. I'm sorry. We'll watch it later, though, I promise. Maybe. Not gonna lie, they remind me of Happy Sugar Life. I don't even know what that is. I want the Super Salmiakki right now. I have such bad craving. Sorry, I mean react to. I could react to that later, yeah. That fish with red bean paste inside is also a Korean street snack. This song is so good, right? This is from Attack on Titan. I gotta get back on my anime grind, bro. I had an anime channel. I had so many YouTube channels. I had an anime channel, and the only reason I didn't keep it up is because like I was scared that it would get blocked over time, you know? But that was fun, bro. You could see reactions to Demon Slayer on that channel. We have so much content for new people. I feel so cool. It's like I've been streaming and doing YouTube for 2 years or something. Happy Sugar Life is an anime? Really? You watch anime, Butter? Cringe? Just kidding. Double kick. Oh, Combusken's level 30. We're gonna challenge the 5th gym. And then we're gonna play Wordle and stuff. I swear to Jesus. That means I'm not lying. Magnitude 9. Shit. Alright, we gotta take out the second Nummel. Because it used Focus Energy, which gets gives crits. So hopefully Aerial Ace will one-hit KO, and it does. Wordle Pog. Hell yeah, we're gonna do the Wordle combo. Remember Geo Wordle, all of those? We're gonna do that. Are you still studying Korean, Cortez? Pog. Stream Elements is so mean. Aren't you? Never mind. Aren't I what? Say it! Why is everyone hiding what they want to say? Say it! Say it! This is not VC. Okay? You wanted to say it. Or else you wouldn't have typed it. I'm on level 2 now, but still reviewing level 1. Oh, nice. Hell yeah that you're still on it, bro. Fucking hell yeah, bro. I want one day that I call you up or message you on Discord or something, and I'm like, bro, I'm coming to Korea, and you're like living there with your amazing Korean and your Korean waifu and husbando and like children, and you're just like holding both of them like this, and you're like, hey, bro. And you're just like, you know, you show me around. I don't know. Guys, I'm tired. I don't know what I'm saying. Butter, what are you hiding? Tell me the truth. How many levels are there for Korean again? Probably like 5. That would be a dream come true. That's what I'm telling you, bro. Husbando, waifu, like, just beauty. Woo! Stop trying to distract with your woos.
I missed something?
Oh, I'm just singing, sorry. You missed a lot. But I think I played on piano. We're talking deep talks. Oh yeah, you were there. Oh. Okay, you didn't miss much. I lied. 10? I think there's 10. 10 levels? Jeez. Good luck, bro. That's a lot of levels. All right, we're gonna take on the 5th gym one last time today. I'm tired of my dad. I want to beat him. Not like that. Not in a...
Sussy Baka?
No, not Sussy Baka way. No. I want to beat him like in a Pokemon battle. I want to beat his Pokemon with mine. I just want to, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. BRB, all right. Cool. Can I get your honest opinion? No, I only give dishonest opinions. I'm just joking. Yeah, go ahead. I'll most likely watch your Pokemon video tomorrow.
Yeah.
So sweet, bro. Appreciate it. I'm trying to look for my awe button. Bro, there's so many awes today. Thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate that, bro. I honestly really appreciate that. Gato gozaimasu. What were you saying to me? Did she respond? I think he left.
Me?
Yeah, did she respond?
No.
Oh. That sucks. What's your question, Butter? Butter. Okay, we should be faster here. So, I'm tempted to use rest, but that would be really dumb. He goes Hyper Potion, of course. I think he's gonna switch out, because he doesn't have super effective moves on me, I think. Yep, there it is. I should have anticipated the switch and changed to someone else. So we're gonna slash here. I was wondering if I could send you the background for the starting scene. Yeah, go ahead. Ah, you want my honest opinion on it? Ah, okay. I might be harsh then. I try to be honest, but I also try to be nice when it's people put their hard work into something. But if you're asking for my brutal honesty, I'll give it to you. I got you. Oh, he keeps switching out. Be harsh? Okay. Send it. Send it. Bro, I'm kind of sad she hasn't responded to you, Timmy.
Yeah, I'm just fucking chilling on Omega right now.
You already moved
Scrolling
on.
through people.
Cool. I like that. Wait, that's a good background. If you could make it animated with the snow falling, it's probably much harder to animate, but I think that would make it much like better. But I think it's really good. Like honestly, I like it. I'm trying to think of criticism. You were planning on that? Oh, okay, that's awesome.
I just had some kid try and hold me up with a Nerf gun.
Welcome back, Cortez. That's kind of funny. I remember I used to go on Omegle. Omegle was fun and funny, but sometimes
Not really.
sometimes there's too many penises.
I haven't seen one yet.
Oh, good job. Maybe Omegle got better. It was fun when I was like, I would go with like a couple of my friends. We only did it a couple of times. We went on Omegle and we just linked up, as the kids say, with some kids from like, with some people around our age in another state. And it was just cool. All right, Butter, can I show it on stream? Because I just want to point out different things of the design. If not, that's fine also. All right, I can actually hit this slacking. That's good. The rest of his team is annoying though. I forgot what that means. You told me once what that means. I forgot. Sure. Okay. All right. So this is trash, and I'll tell you why. I'm just joking. First of all, stream could give, everyone in stream could give their opinion. I personally think this and this is really cool. This part and this part. I think this is cool too. The only thing is, you could see the rectangle part because of how the lines come in here. Maybe getting rid of the lines and making the hearts larger or something could be better. Because like I like how the bear paw kind of just fits in nicely, and especially like the snowflake. It doesn't feel like it's a rectangle inside of a rectangle. I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's very anal though. Like I still think it's really good. And my face is back. And yeah. And anyone else in chat could give their opinions on it. I think it looks nice. Do you not like it, Butter? Butter wasn't sure if she hates it or loves it. Yo, we took out Slackin'. Thank you. You're welcome. That's just my humble opinion. Everything else, I like how the colors go nicely together. Ooh, if you're doing an ending screen and a starting soon screen, you can make it purple for like ending, like nighttime, and then make it maybe lighter, like blue for starting. Yeah, go ahead. You're good, Timmy. Oh. Okay, Marshtomp's gonna die. I purposefully kept Combuskin alive. Oh, he has a... Oh, shit, that's so smart. Bro, these are literally competitive teams. For those that don't know, like, Facade makes your... Facade's power, that move's power is doubled if your Pokemon is poisoned or whatever. So, he has an item that poisons himself and doubles his move. That's insane. I could also have the cats sleeping. Yeah, that could be cool. Wait, those are cats? I thought those were hearts. I did not realize that. Sumimasen. I think Sand Tomb is the best move here. If we could even get a move in. I should have trained I might train Trapinch off stream just because it might be a little boring, but I mean we're just chilling and talking, so maybe I'll do it on stream too. They are hearts? Oh, you're saying you could have the cats sleeping. I see. Never mind. Like as an addition. Yeah, I got you. Oh, we can't make it sleep. I want a growth, but I feel like Facade could actually KO Ivysaur. Or do like half damage. Yeah, there it is. So we have to hit... Ooh, Seed Bomb did good damage. Hopefully he uses a Hyper Potion. And... Oh no, he's faster than me, so I'm forced to use Seed Bomb. And I'm dead. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked the cake. interesting song choice. I don't know what it is, but all right. Now, this is hard. If I go in with Combuskin, he could possibly die. Lanoon is probably faster. But if I go in with Curlia, this is a hard decision. I want Combuskin to get some stuff in, so I'm gonna use Detect. Ooh, Detect comes in use here. Hell yeah. Because he won't be able to hit me, and then he might die from poison. Please die. Yes. And then I'm gonna get the speed boost because he died from poison. Because he died. Oh no, I don't get the speed boost because I didn't kill him, I guess? Or I didn't hit him? I don't think I'm faster. Yeah, this is bad. Alright. I mean, we did better than last time. We took out 2 Pokemon. I think that's better. Bro, the 5th gym is freaking hard, bro. This is actually... This is harder than I expected. Shadow Close it. KO. Alright, let's go to Wordle. Let's do some words with the Wordle. This game should save automatically, hopefully. Hopefully. Here. Dream ideas. Go to Wordle, baby. What about it? Bro, I haven't done Wordle in so long that my browser doesn't even remember it. I should probably turn off crowd control. I forgot about that. And let's go Wordle. Daisy's mom. We haven't played this in super long. Some of you guys haven't even been here for the... At one point, we're playing Wordle like every day. This feels nostalgic. Hell yeah. There's different eras of the stream. Some people didn't... I don't think Dina liked it. Because it was like the same thing every day. Right? Wordle streams was cool. Cool song. We got a lot of letters here. Wait, no. No, we played Words on Stream. Not Words on Stream. We played Words on Stream together. No? What I remember playing before, like, more recently, that, and like we talked a lot more on Discord and stuff. Before that happened, I remember playing Mario Kart with you and other stuff. Bug Chungus, welcome. Ooh, second Chungus member on stream. Do I remember you? I'm not gonna lie, I don't. I'm sorry. I'll look at your logs though. Oh, you speak Hebrew. You live in Israel. I remember you now, yes. You found me with the Jewish tag. Welcome, Chungus. Sorry. When you came in the first time, I was doing the subathon, so I forgot. Mimase. Slicha. I remember you now. How you doing? What was the other word game that wasn't Words on Stream? Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now. I know what you're talking about. The bomb game? Did you hear about the war? No. Is there a war in Israel right now? My sister is going to Israel on Monday. Word bomb, yes. It might have been that one. Allah. No, why? Airstrikes. Again with Gaza. Bro. Are you safe, Chungus? Yeah, the bomb game. I remember that now, Moog. Yes. Could be given. Oh, my bad. I literally read given and I'm dumb. Okay, we got Ian in there. They stopped for now? That's good. I don't know if my sister's going to Israel then. Yeah, we're still doing this. What do you mean, butter? What do you mean, butter? We're gonna do some word games and then we'll call it a night, I think. Maybe some GeoGuessr. I'm lucky they don't shoot here a lot. Where do you live in Israel? You're in Jerusalem, Haifa, Efo. Efo ata. Ah, okay. That's good. Stay safe, bro. Stay safe. Hopefully you don't need to fight. I remember that era, the bomb game era. I remember that too. I don't know. We do a lot of different games here. I kind of enjoy. I mean, I do enjoy. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. Okay, what other words we got here? It could start with I or it could be the third letter. I gotta talk to my mom. I don't know if she knows. That sucks. Especially because my sister wants to go on, was gonna go on Monday to Israel. This song is nice. It came back to them and they died. Can we try a line? Sure. Oh! Holy shit, you got it. Alien. Good job, Butter. Damn, Chungus. That's pretty crazy. I'm not as... I used to be very into Israeli politics. I am not anymore. We killed that, though. Alright, let's go Decordal. Decordal. Kadush Baruch is with us. We will win very soon. Okay. I didn't know how to get like Israelis in chat. This is so weird. What happened to Decordal? This is so interesting, I should say. Do the global? Hell yeah. Imagine it's US or Israel, because we're talking about Israel right now. Or Japan. It's not Japan. I didn't get it. You lied to me. Decordal is... You'll see. We'll do it together. It's pretty fun. I don't know why... Why does it look so weird now? I don't like how they changed it. Basically, there's different versions of Wordle. We used to play like 10 different versions a day. Which I liked, but some people in chat didn't. We'll do Decordal. We'll do this one after. I meant the Wordle. Oh. Well, let's do this. So Japan is 7,000 kilometers away from the hidden country. All right? That's how this works. I'm going to go United States. United States is 7,000. Oh, no, it's not. Japan is closer than United States. So the country might be somewhere like here. Somewhere random. Maybe it's Europe. I'm going to say Italy. Monaco? All right, we'll go with Monaco since it's your first time. It's your first time. What is this song? Near Gaza, they have literally 3 to 15 seconds to hide. That sucks, man. It's good that you're safe, though. Whoa. Monaco is close. It's so tiny, bro. It's close. Imagine it's Italy or Spain. We've been talking about Spain today. It could be France. It's 1,000 kilometers away, though. I guess 1,000 kilometers would be further, right? Maybe Eastern Europe. What would be Eastern Europe? Poland? Oh! Oh, no. Poland is closer. 850 kilometers. Oh, Finland! Yo, imagine for Moog, it's Finland. Is Gaza considered part of Israel, or are they like a micronation within a nation? It's very complicated. It depends who you ask. Some people you ask, they'll say Gaza, it doesn't exist. Palestine doesn't exist. Some people you ask, they'll say Palestine should have all of Israel. Some people say there should be a two-state solution where they share it. It's very complex. I used to be very, very like pro-Israel when I was younger, but after I did more reading, I'm like, it's more complex. Let's go Finland, because that would be insane. Oh, it's not Finland. Good guess though. It's closer to Poland than Finland, it seems. My cat gave me a half dead, half alive Pegan for a gift. Nice. Pegan? What is this game? You have to guess the country, the secret country. So right now the Poland is the closest. Thank you for the follow, Maximo. Ukraine is a good guess. I think Ukraine is too close though. I think Ukraine might be too close. But we could do it to see if it's. I'll guess. All right, you guess. Greece. I think Greece is. Russia would be good, but then Finland is closer. Greece could be it actually. I don't know. Jimmy. Syria. No, Syria's too far away. Syria's here. It's 850 kilometers away. I might be wrong though, but I feel like that's closer. I'm gonna try Greece. I think Greece is the best guess so far. And 2 people said it, Phoenix and Cortez. So let's guess it. Oh, less than 10 kilometers. Okay, it's right next to Greece. This is Turkey, right? Imagine it was Italy this whole time. Well, no, if it was Italy, Monaco would be close. You guys are saying Turkey? Kyrgyzstan, I never know how to say it, is further east. Damn, I know geography better than Chimmy. Oh, that makes me feel good. Syria is near to Israel, not a good guess. Yeah, I agree. Like Israel, Syria, like you got Egypt here, Jordan, like Middle East is too far. You got to do Turkey. All right, let's do Turkey. Turkey seems too obvious, but let's see. Hey, Turkey was the right answer. All right, not bad. 7 guesses. 7 guesses. All right, now let's do Wordle. Since Cortez said I would get it easily. Japan. Let's go, baby. Hell yeah, that's easy. Hey, pretty nice. Yeah, we did good there. I like that game because I like geography, even though I'm not the best at it. Check out my latest YouTube video. Anyway. Hell yeah, this is the easiest one I've ever seen. I've never played this before. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I knew it instantly when I did it today. Of course, bro. This is instant. All right, let's go back to Wordle type games, yeah? But they're all kind of similar. They're all guessing the mystery word or game or thing. There's even a math version of it. There's a lot of variants. It's pretty fun. And I could play with, like, we could play together. That's why I like it too. I'm gonna guess penis here. Oh, I should have done wiener. Oh, wiener wouldn't fit. So this is Wordle, but there's 16 different Wordles at the same time. Did you hear about news about Israel? They're maybe going to make peace with Saudi Arabia. I thought there was already a peace agreement with Saudi Arabia under Trump, like a couple of years ago, no? I thought there was already a peace. Or maybe that was agreements, but it wasn't really a peace. Yeah, the annoying thing about this one is I have control over which one to look at, right? Which is kind of not fair. The first one only has 2 letters. I kind of want to look at something that has more hints. This might hurt your head. I apologize. Let's go with this one. We have P, E, and I. There's a lot of letters here. I thought Saudi Arabia was already an ally. That's what I thought too. That's what I'm saying. My brain, yeah, I'm sorry. So here it starts with P. Maybe it has I-E, pi. The strategy here too is to like try to use other letters. So you might come up with a completely different word, like Trump, right? Because it uses, because I just said his name and it came to mind. It uses every letter that we haven't used before, except for P. Pixel is a good guess. I like pixel. Try pince to see if the I is next. So pince I don't think is that good because it uses N and S. But that's that's decent. I think we'll go with pixel here. Audio is good. Audio is good. Let's do pixel. And then we could go for audio next. Let's just do audio just to get the letters in. Oh no, but then we got I. We're using I. Let's try to find a word that doesn't use any of the letters we used already. We still someday need to make peace with Lebanon and Syria, Iran and Gaza. True. It will never gonna happen. Not with that attitude, bro. You gotta hope. You gotta hope it happens, bro. I hope it happens one day. I mean, I think leadership matters too. Like after Sisi came in power in Egypt, Egypt and Israel became closer. So, you never know. Tramp. Oh, tramp uses P. Let's just see if we got any better words here. That might be okay. This might be snipe. No, that's not snipe. Sorry for being annoying with scrolling. Just want to see what we got. Honestly, this might be good. This might be the best here. I think BB is the best. Bennett is very bad. Yeah, that has a P. Mucky. Mucky might be good. I used to follow Israeli politics very closely. Mucky is a good guess. We got M. We got U, E. What else we got? M-I. We don't have much. Sucky? No. This one's hard. Maybe we try the first page, something? Truck. Truck. Be right back, an alert. Okay. Damn, you have an alert? I don't know if he means there's sirens going off in Israel right now. Crane. Why crane? Alright, let's just do it. We only have 17 guesses, and we have 16 words left. Okay, we have to be very careful. Ooh! Good shit! Something that ends in rank. What ends in rank? Prank, but we already used P. Trank, frank, drank. Drank makes the most sense to me. What do you guys think? Welcome back. Drank? Cortez thinks drank or Frank. I hope it's not Frank. I think BB is the best. Bennett is very bad. Yeah, I know that right now Israeli politics is crazy. That's what my mom tells me. But I haven't looked at it in a while. I remember looking into Netanyahu a lot in the past, but I don't know how it is now. I just know it's pretty crazy in the government. I mean, so there was a very loud boom. Damn, bro. Stay safe. Yeah? Alright, let's go with drink. Let's go! We got drink. That's good. You're not as good as this as words on stream? Who cares? It's fun. It's very complex though, yeah. M-I. Lola. M-I-D-O-E. Mido. Myode. What could this be? Midge? I think you're right. I think Midge might actually be it. Any other guesses? Let's look at what else we have here, though. Maybe we could have a better guess. We can make one mistake. We're allowed one mistake here. So, midge might be okay, but that's such a weird word. Sorry, let me scroll back up. It's so complex. M-I... The D could be here, or the D could be here. That's what she said. That one is price. Wow, indeed. Wow! Let me think. Okay. I'm not going to scroll to the price one, so Butter has some time to think here. Moog said bored earlier. Midge. Monka. Exactly. All right, I'm going to move. Price makes a lot of sense here, actually. No, there's no C. There's no C. Almost screwed that up. Unless you're talking about a different one. Midge. Midge would make the most sense. All right, let's do it. Yes! Good shit, guys. Good job. Muscles, look at these muscles, bro. Hell yeah. That's us owning right there. Prime is a good... That's good. I like Prime. But I don't want to go straight away. No, there's no M. There's no M. Let's see what else we got. Maybe we got some words here that are helpful. Like this looks like we're missing one letter, right? E-L-I-E or L-E blank I-E. Belie? Isn't belie a word? Gaza should miss Tel Aviv. For the missiles on Tel Aviv, it's very far from Gaza. They have 1 minute to hide. Okay. I don't know what to say, bro. Like, that sucks. I just hope that the amount of deaths overall is low, you know? Belly, probably? Yes, nice writing it in chat, Butter. Let's see. I mean, oh! Oh, you're pointing to this one being price. My bad. This one is definitely price, right? Yeah, I'm not even like gonna say it. I don't know how you caught that so fast. Jesus. Do I have anything else here? UNG? UNGI? Bungie? Fungi? Fungi. What do you guys think? The war name is Alat Shar. Maze Alat Slicha. My Hebrew Ivrit Sheli Lo Tov Achshav. I don't know what that means. There was one that looked like Price, but no, you're right. It was Price. This is fun. Hey, I'm happy you're enjoying. I know. Oh, fun. Okay, let's do it. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, what else do we got here? Sucky. Like me at video games. What else do we got? Oh, Pride? Prio? Prive? What the hell is this? Huh? I feel like we gotta guess this one. Like, this one looks so easy. But, what is it? Prize. Oh, that's why you said price or prize. Prize. It's definitely prize, right? Are we all in agreement before I press enter? Israel gives names to war, but the name's very weird, like Yonatan War. Yonatan means Jonathan, right? This is the name. See? All right, let's go. Let's go. I don't know if that Z helped us anywhere, but we needed to guess that, so. Okay, we have nothing on this yet. Okay. We're not getting many clues here. Oh, this one is good. FE blank AL. FE blank AL. FE blank AL. Fetal? Fetal position? It must be fetal, right? Fetal. Okay, Cortez agrees. I agree as well. Let's play the country guess game. I like that one a lot more too. Well, not a lot more, but I like the country game guess a lot too. But there's only 2 of them, and we already played them. Unless there are more that I don't know. Let's go, fetal. We should do country. We'll maybe I'll look for another country one after this. Okay, we don't have enough for that. The penis is getting me, bro. Like, it's so close. What do we got? Smell? What do you guys think of smell? Is that too bad of a guess? Let me keep scrolling. I think smell might be that one up there. Oh, okay, wait. No, yeah. Oh, yeah, GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr will probably play. Wafe is a good one. Wait. This one is so close. How do we not have it? Labi? Belly? I think it's belly. We haven't used O yet. Metro. Metro. There's no... Oh, Metro. It's definitely Metro. I'm confident. Good shit, bro. We'll play GeoGuessr soon, Chungus. Penis is very sus. I know. I shouldn't have put it. Waffle? I think waffle's too long. Yeah, waffle's too long. But that would be good. Alright, yeah. We got E, I, and there's an L somewhere there. I think we could guess it, but let's see what else we have here. U blank E. Ooh, we got O here. S-R-E-O. S-R-E-O. Okay. Waffle for another Wordle game. True. Whoa, TRO helped a lot. What the hell? F. Fort? Fort something? Did you hear the Israel missile alert? It's very scary. Well, I don't hear it. I'm in America. I live in New York. But I have heard it before. Yes, I have heard it. Fourth. It is scary, bro. Fourth. Fourth. That makes sense. What do you guys think? I think it's good. I want to press enter. Yes? Okay. Thank you. We got 3 people saying yes, so boom, we got it. Good shit. This one is so weird. We're gonna return to that. Husky? Husky? No, there's no K. Anyway. This one, look how much shit is here. I'm gonna zoom out so we can see all the letters here. There must be something. Okay. Let's do the first one. R... Trope? I think this is trope. What do you guys think? Lucky? Oh, you think it's lucky, the one before? We'll go back to it. But I'm feeling pretty good with trope. Trope clap? Alright, I'm doing it. Hell yeah. The hell? Alright, well, let's go back to that. Which one you thought was lucky? Oh, this one! Oh, it has an H, though. What time is it in your country? It is 12 right now. 12:02. It's midnight. It's nighttime. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, you guys are 7 hours ahead, huh? Yeah, I want to remember how far ahead countries are in time and stuff. Wait, which one did you know? I'm sorry. This one must be easy, right? I'm gonna stop scrolling. Let's concentrate on this for a bit. Onset. Yo, that looks good. Monka, There are no O's anywhere except here and here, but there's an E here. It must be onset. Onset. I typed in onset on chat. You just got morning coffee? Let's go. Chat, imagine waking up at night because of missile. Okay, bro. Chat doesn't want to get into the politics of Israel and Palestine and stuff, I think. Let's go onset. Let's go. But yes, that is very sucky. Sussy? No. When playing GeoGuessr. True. You're gonna be playing GeoGuessr and then running from missiles. SM E. Guys, I'm telling you, this is smell. I'm telling you, this is smell. Can I guess smell? We have one guess that we could give away. Can it be this one, please? Please. Look, we have so many. Smell you later. Pokemon reference. You know what? Fuck it. Let's not do it because there's more stuff here. Musty. Musty might be good actually. You say JK, but it actually might be good. Let's look at this one. This one has so much stuff. Thank you, Phoenix. We got O blank E. Try sussy. I don't think sussy will work. Oh, S has to be first here. So it's S-O blank E-R. S-O blank E-R. It has to be S. Woo! S-O blank E-R.
Hello, Ping.
What's up?
Oh,
sober. Sober makes more sense. I'm gonna go sober. You don't understand? Yeah, go ahead, Timmy.
No.
Oh, okay.
Basic.
Alright, my bad.
Oh.
I'm doing good. We're just playing Wordle. Okay, so green letters mean that it's part of the mystery word, and it's in the right location. Yellow means it's part of the mystery word, but in the wrong location. And if there is no color, it means it's not part of the mystery word. So if we look at Midge, E was in the right location of the mystery word, M and I were, and D was yellow because it was part of it, but in the wrong location. I try to stream every day, Chungus. All right, let's go sober. No, it wasn't sober. All right, we can't guess anymore. Shit. If we guess it wrong again, we lose. But we did get B, which is good. Yes. Sorry, it is confusing. There are 2 panels that are split. I could use my... Oh my god, I love when I could use this button. I love it. Alright. When I could use the whiteboard on stream. You see this line? That's where it's split. Yo, it actually came in use, so let's go. I don't know what I'm saying. You're good, you're good. Bevel. Ow, I hit my knee. It's SOT, I think. SOT is 4 letters. It has to be 5 letters, but good guess. Bevel. Bevel. Bevel makes the most sense. But if we got this wrong, it's over. What do you guys think? Do we go with Bevel? Oh, you know this song? Yeah, it's a good song. You know, you like a lot of Japanese music, huh? Yeah, let's go. Yeah? Alright, we got yeah from Butter. We got Cortez saying it. I'm gonna assume Phoenix says yes and everyone else. I'm gonna press enter. Yes! Let's go. Good shit, bro. Good shit. Okay, EL helped us out here. Not really, actually. Wait, this one is easy. B-E blank I-E. B-E-L-I-E. It has to be. It has to be. Yo, Tyler, what's up? Wait, I'm scared. Wait. Yeah, belly easy. I don't even know what that means, but put Scatman Ski Badap Up song. Oh, you could put it. This is how you could put music. I'll put it for you the first time because I just want to be nice and I want to show you. This is how you do it. Boom, it'll play next. How you doing, Tyler man? Tyler man? I don't know why I said that. Okay, this one's a little sussy baka. We'll come back to it. Okay, this one is this one should be super easy. Oh, this is what we guess sober. Holy shit, this is actually kind of scary. Sower? S-O-W-E-R? Sower? Is that a word? I don't know. We might guess that. Let's see what other info we have first. Okay, this one looks like a lot of info. So I'm gonna stay on these 2 for now, just to see what you guys think. B-U-S blank Y. Bushy! It's good we didn't guess sussy. Bushy. This has to be bushy. B is in its place, U is in its place, S is in its place, H is not, and Y is in its place. Bushy. Let's go! A game requiring you to think. We played games before not requiring to think, and we played some piano, but you can't put the song on background? Oh yeah, it'll be on the background. So it'll play next. So this is how it works. This is the song playing now. Skip it up a boop will play next. And I could skip this song, but Phoenix likes it, so I'll leave it. Okay. SNL? That doesn't make sense. Is this smell? I'm telling you, this has to be smell. But I don't know.
But it's not.
I know, that's what I'm scared of. Butter? I'm not guessing butter. We'll lose. I feel like this has to be S-M-E-L-L.
Nice line you drew.
Thank you.
So fucking crooked.
Alright, you know what, bro? It's gone. Why you gotta make fun of my lines, bro?
It's so crooked.
Bro, I'm editing the subathon video. I see you guys talking shit about my whiteboard skills. We'll go to GeoGuessr soon. We're almost done with this game. Don't worry. Alright. Okay, smell is one guess here. Sour is another. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Alright, I'm gonna go with smell. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go smell.
Penis.
Anus? I don't think that's one.
I said penis.
Penis? Oh. I already tried that. You like the crooked line? I should have kept it. I'm sorry. Smell sour. Let's do it. Smell worked! Okay. This has to be sour then. I don't even know what this word means, but let's go! Last word, guys. Last word. And we just got clues. U-E-N. Queen. Queen. What do you guys think? It has to be Queen. Best song ever? I like this song. Sounds nice.
Yeah, it has to be.
It has to be, right? All right. I'm pressing enter. It's a person who sows. Isn't it like plants? Oh, I see it now. I didn't know they're called sours. Sowers, whatever. I'm doing queen, guys. I'm doing queen. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. We won. That was our last guess. We could have gotten it wrong, but we got that. I'm a scat man. All right, let's go to GeoGuessr to end the night. You're not dumb, Butter. You're good. I'm dumb. A game that is less confusing. Good shit, guys. I don't think I have the thing anymore, so I think we might just have to do daily challenge. Look at these muscles, bro. Let's go. Thanks for the muscles, Moog. No word bomb. No, sorry. Word bomb is like okay, but it's so much concentration I can't read chat, and some people don't like playing it because you have to go inside of the app. Like it's fun, but skip it. Yeah, I like that too. All good? Yeah. Arigatou gozaimasu. Gomen nasai. Sorry. All right. Where the hell is this? I'm not a GeoGuessr pro, but these roads do not look American. I don't see the yellow lines. So I'm going to assume not America. Let's look around. The cloud is 90 degrees upwards, and the trees are pointing in the eastern direction. I'm bullshitting. I don't know. Timmy, what do you think? This is definitely not US. There's some white lines where I'm from. I don't know. Oh, never mind. The yellow line came. Yeah, the trees are a bit weird. It's so cool that we have an international audience and like cross country, so is this sign American though? I've never seen this in America. Old songs are good today. Welcome back. I like old songs as well. You want to help out in GeoGuessr?
No.
Oh, okay.
Wait, does my dog like the guitar? Hey.
Your dog's trying to tell you a sign to play. Okay, I see nothing. Burped? All right, they're driving on the right side of the street.
Yeah.
Bro, this guy's talking to his dog. We have that sign in Finland. Which means it's not Finland. It's... Oh, you don't have palm trees. It's Denmark.
It's Sweden.
No, it's Denmark. Watch.
It's Sweden.
Bro, it was...
I swear, if you take that...
It was Uruguay, bro.
Uruguay?
Yeah, it was Uruguay.
Leave it.
Bro, this man's yelling at his dog. Okay. That was bad.
What?
Nothing. You're just loud. Denmark doesn't have palm trees? Oh. You're good, though. You're good. Yeah, I'm a dumbass. We shelter. Who do we shelter? Pegasus. It's a very common word. Bro, are you okay? They're driving on the left side of the road. Wait, that's most countries. They have faces. Why is there Uruguay but not not Uruguay, bro? It's Uruguay.
Uruguay.
No, it's Uruguay.
Uruguay.
Bro. Cortez timed that perfectly with what you said. What is Ijindom Skontor? Wait, Moog. That sounds like Finnish. I don't know what Finnish sounds like. That just looks like Nordic language to me. Yes, I know Chungus. When it's Israel, it's like the easiest one because it's the only one where there's Hebrew everywhere. No, it's not Israel. Oh, you're responding to Chungus. Part of Ellis Island. Oh, it's not. It's not Finland. Oh, it's not Nordic. Hiverdag, Kunder. Oh, this is Germany.
You Kunder.
Yeah, this is Germany.
My dog just listened to me fucking talk.
Kind of Germanese. Is it the Netherlands? I don't know. It could be. I don't know languages. I just know how they look kind of similar in this region area, but Wiverdug means hot dog. Wait, really? In what language? Chungus. Oh, it's Denmark? Damn, Mook coming in clutch. Wait, Norway?
My dog looks so concerned.
Wait, is it Denmark or Norway?
It's Denmark.
How do you know it's Denmark?
Cause there's a grandma in the car.
It literally says Nordic. That doesn't mean anything. It just means Nordic country. I say Norway. I was sarcastic. Oh, I didn't know, Chungus. All right, let's go. They have the O. All right, let's go Oslo. It looks so much like Oslo. Like honestly, it doesn't. But it was Norway. It was Sweden. You don't know your own Nordic brothers and sisters.
Sweden.
Come on, Moog. It says more dick, Moncatio. Did it? All right. D. D for the big nuts. The big D. That was still pretty good, Moog. That's not bad. This looks like the middle of nowhere. What the hell? Imagine they do sometimes put you in Israel. I love when they put me in Israel or Japan or like Korea because it's so easy to tell like what country it is. And Israel, it's nice because it's small, so it's easier to.
Can you get out of my room?
Oh, was it Denmark? All right, I'll get out of my room. I'm sorry.
No, my dog. She in my room.
Oh. Isparta, Konya, Antalya. That sounds.
Still no message.
This sounds like Hungarian or this sounds very Slavic. I'm gonna guess Slovakia, something like that. That wasn't Swedish on the truck. It was Denmark. Oh, I thought it was Sweden. Oh, whatever. We were close.
Go.
Bro, stop yelling. I'm tired.
Not yelling.
You are. Not yelling. I apologize. I'll just lower you on Discord. I have you at too high of a volume. That's why I'm dumb. All right, you're good. You're good. Imagine in the final round they put you near your house, bro. I always think about that. Imagine they put me like right where I live. That would be crazy. I'd go crazy. They put me once like right next to the college I went to. That was crazy. But I live in New York, so it's Turkey. I don't think it's Turkey. Beşler kind of sounds like Geyser. Beşler sounds Turkish though. Amniad, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It's Turkey. You're bad at stuff. You're watching. How come you never see birds? That's actually a good question. This does look very Turkish, actually. You're right. This looks super Turkish. I don't know why I was thinking differently. Let's put Ankara. Hello, Amniad. Welcome. I think Turkey is right. Good shit. Hell yeah. Didn't it say Antalya? Oh, I didn't pay attention. I'm dumb. All right, this road, I'm gonna guess an African country just because of the dirt roads, or maybe maybe a Latin American country. I don't know. It's 11:19. What am I doing, bro?
It's 9 o'clock.
It's 12:19.
It's 9 o'clock.
Depends where you are. I don't know, bro, but welcome in. We play a lot of variety here and a lot of Pokemon, and we stream early until, I don't know, until I want to stop. So, welcome in. 9 p.m. gang.
Mike doesn't pick it up, bro.
I get Philippine vibes. Ooh, I could see Philippine. Pothole? Was there a pothole? Oh, I probably skipped it. Your mic is good, I think. You're a genius. Yeah, that was good with Turkey. I should have recognized that too. I know a Turkish guy. 12 a.m. gang, let's go. Oh, is it the same time in Indiana? Oh, I remembered. I guess Indiana's not that far, huh? You're bad at geography? I mean, this is hard. This is a hard game. There was a pothole. I don't know what these cars... I feel like because... Okay, we had 2 cars with open backs, which makes me think it must be a hot country. So it could be Philippines.
India.
I don't think it's India.
Africa.
I think it could be an African country, yeah. I'm the only 7:19 a.m. gang. No, you got Moog. Moog is in Finland, so...
9:20 gang.
It's not that far away. But I'm a creep. Bro, I don't know what the hell. I'm gonna go with... this is a good way to see the world. True, I agree. Better way is traveling, but... we get to travel together like this. I've shown people where I lived in Japan through Google Maps. It's very amazing. All right, this little... Yeah. Yeah, I showed you guys.
And you told us what apartment you lived in.
I did. Never gonna give you up? No, don't song request that, bro.
Never gonna give you up.
Too broke to
never
travel the
gonna
world?
Let you down.
It's okay. One day I'm sure you will.
Turn
Alright, this road
around
literally
and
goes nowhere.
turn you.
Thanks, bro, for rickrolling me IRL. I mean, over the phone. This gives me either... you know what? Let's go Philippines. I know.
Brazil.
I don't think it's Brazil. Where's Philip? You know what? Fuck it. I don't have time. I'm going Dominican Republic. Oh, you're right. It was close to Brazil. It was like Argentina. I said it could have been a Latin American country.
It's Paraguay.
It's Argentina. Whoa, this looks cool. This looks like a Call of Duty map. What the hell?
Ew.
It's always near Argentina. Did you search Philippines from America? I just don't. Let's not talk about it. Jay, I'm a dumbass. Okay, sometimes. Ooh, we have a comma. Comma indicates like a lot of countries that don't use dots for decimal points. You think it's Israel? Let's get to a sign. No, this is Russia. This is Russia. This says Zarna. This is definitely Russian. Office. This literally says office in Russia.
Office.
Office, yeah. The problem with Russia is... No, I think it's buildings, like office buildings for working. Well, maybe doctor, but... Elzi? This is definitely Russian. Russian is so hard to pinpoint. Russia is so big. But going like Moscow tends to be decent. It says Ruski Paruski. I don't think it says that. What?
That's not right. Moscow.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Moscow.
It's a big highway.
No, that was just for the bridge.
Oh, it's a bridge over water?
Yeah. It says plastic something on that tall building. Oh shit. Wait, my bad. I missed it. Phoenix, have a great night. Thanks for popping in. It was nice getting to know you better. Bye-bye. And yeah. St. Petersburg? Maybe. I don't know Russia well enough.
Where the fuck?
Do Ukraine? It's not Ukraine. Ukraine is slightly different. This is like pure Russian.
Ukrainian.
I mean, actually, I'm not sure. I think it's Russian. Sun comes out. What is this? Supermarket in English? If it has it in English, probably a big city, right? I don't know. I'm trying to get closer and put me further away. I don't know, man. You meant mini Russia? Bruh. I'm gonna say most of their population lives west. I'm gonna say St. Petersburg. Mongolia? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Russian is so hard. It's in so many countries. Mongolia, Jesus. We did pretty bad, but what's up, Nico? This would be test my luck till I get ego bust. Yeah. I mean, you could help out. Let's do one more world and then we'll call it a night. I think I'm gonna head to sleep. Maybe we'll raid another streamer. We'll see. All right, let's go. This looks very American. Actually, I don't know. This could be Nordic too, right? This looks very Barney though. Not like the purple monster, but whoa, those are old cars. Mongolia, grandpa of Asia. True. That's a very old. These are very old looking cars. It says Alavaino. That sounds like Italian to me, but I don't know. I'll have a good.
Hopefully I get to
Thank
get
you,
a haircut
Bug.
tomorrow.
Stay safe, bro. Well, we're not going to sleep yet, but looks a bit Finnish. Oh, yeah. I was thinking it might look a bit Nordic. The buildings, right? I don't know the difference, to be honest, between like Sweden, Finland, and Norway in this game. Oh my God, you're so loud. I'm gonna lower your thing.
Hold on, let me lower my own.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I could lower it.
No.
You're already lowered.
You poopy butt.
I am a poopy butt. I would love to live there. Look how beautiful. It looks okay. This looks like some place I drive by. Yeah, that's why I couldn't tell if it was a Nordic country or it was like America. But it's not America because the sign wasn't in American. Moog is so helpful in this game because like so many times it's in a Nordic country, I feel like. It is pretty beautiful though. I don't see any more signs. Where's the right? Where are the street signs? It was like
UK.
You think it is not UK? There was like one sign and it was like
Their bike lanes are like that.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it is UK. Alright, if it's not UK, you owe me 20 subs.
If I don't have money.
What'd you say?
I don't have money.
I couldn't hear you. If it's not UK, you owe me 20 subs. I'm gonna say Ireland.
I don't have money.
Holy shit! Oh no, it was Sweden.
It's a Sweden.
It was Sweden. If there's capybara, it's Greenland. It was Sweden. I would have guessed a Nordic country, but Mook was like, it's not Finnish. Don't you know how Swedish looks? Oh, cringe. I was joking, it's fine. Why is the sign? Yeah, was it close? Kinda. Music Road. The hell is that? Oh! Welcome to Clatsop Slate Forest. Alright.
How do you spell that?
CLATSOP. SOB.
No, I don't know that.
Raid Pspug. I don't know who that is, but maybe. If only you got a bit closer to that house. I'm sorry. I need to admit something. I cheated. So don't tell me what it is. If you'd say it, you get timed out. This looks like
place. Only 10 I see.
Jesus. Pretty. Those people look Finnish. Oregon?
It's somewhere in the US.
Yeah, I think it's US too. I mean, it literally says mile. It's definitely US. I was Google City and then I saw it's Turkey before. Bruh, don't cheat. It makes it not fun, okay? Try not to cheat. But I should have recognized the Turkish letters. Like, they're very distinct. I don't know why I was thinking Slavic. Like, you know what? Let's go Oregon. Like, it's not like we're gonna get the exact spot anyway. Or let's look for this forest. What was it called again? Klatspsk. That's William. That's Mount Hood. Bro, there's too many forests, bro. We're just gonna.
I don't think you're in the right country, to be honest. It looks more like
Bro,
to the right side of the map.
I'll bet you $1 million this is the right part.
If you scroll out on the left side, there's not many trees. But on the right side, it's more dense forest.
Bro, I'm telling you. Oh, you're saying it's the right part of the country, not the left part of the country.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know what? Butter says she drives by those places. Drive-by shooting. I don't know. So we're gonna go Indiana. I think Canada. It's not. I don't think it's Canada.
It's not Canada.
There's a place called Wall, Texas. So I don't know what that is. Let's go. Bro, it was literally the west side. If we went Oregon, we would have been super close. You were way off, Timmy.
What do you mean?
You were way off. It was literally like Portland, Oregon, or Seattle, like California.
Why are you listening to me again?
I don't know. I thought you were good at this game. I should have listened to Cortez. We drive through a lot of forests though.
Road is in.
I was thinking it was west too, because there's more forests to look like. I don't know. This looks like it's Japan. Japan. This is Japan. Watch, I'm gonna get it right. Guys, if I get this right, can you guys like just pog in chat and put the God emote? Bro, this schoolyard looks like Japan. If I get this right, put the God emote, please. Where the hell's Japan, bro? Watch this. I don't care where it is in
You
Japan.
know where Japan was?
Boom! Boom! I know Japan. I know Japan, bro. Nah, Butter, you're good. Who cares? That's what you thought it was. The happiness in your voice? Yeah, because I lived in Japan for 2 years. Bro, I know my... Can we get some God emotes in chat? Like, that was a God... I didn't even need to... That was a split-second decision, okay? This is why I want to live This is why I want to live in more countries, so I could play GeoGuessr better.
Oh my
Thank you,
god.
Moog. What?
You're weird.
No,
Why
you.
do I live in more countries?
Bro, you're weird. You watch Ping Pong Masters on Twitch. Alright, this is America. I don't know if this is America, but
No,
it's English,
not.
though. Yeah, it doesn't seem like America.
Give me a street name. I'll see if it's Canada.
Wait, this is America or Canada, because it says 3 p.m. It doesn't say 1500.
Okay, go to
Florida.
a sign and see what name is on it.
Nebraska. Alright, bro. I'm not even gonna guess anywhere else. Sorry, Florida. Sorry. UK sounds good.
Nebraska.
It literally says Nebraska Avenue. I'm not looking at... Bro,
Hold on.
no, this guy's American. Look at him. He got a lazy-ass dog, alright? All Americans are lazy, so...
Hold on, let me actually look it up.
No, there's a Toyota. No, don't look it up. Don't look it up.
tell you where it is.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
I'm not gonna tell you where it is.
Stop all way. What the fuck? No ping? Bro, but imagine if I was right. How crazy would that be?
Imagine if you are right, though.
Yeah, guys, come on. Let me press it.
Let
me press it. I'm pressing it.
Do it.
I'm pressing it. It was LA.
What?
Alright, no one was gonna guess LA, okay? We did get USA, though. It's okay.
I searched Nebraska Ave, and it's in Nebraska.
Damn it! There's too many of them. There's too many Nebraska avenues, then. I was right with America, though. It had Florida or Cali vibes. Yeah, you were right with that. I have to listen to Cortez more. He's the most accurate so far. I mean, not that I'm not going to listen to anyone else, but... Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking Florida right away.
Okay.
But what do you guys think?
Yes,
I thought it would be a similar situation. I'm not your mother.
My mom was telling me to put laundry in the hallway.
You call your mother mother?
No.
Oh.
I just said yes, mother.
Yeah, my brother does that sometimes. I love the song. What does that say? Formentera. That sounds like it's Italy. That's Italy. Lots of country and state-based names. You have a lot of streets named after countries. Fair. I had a cat and he died, so he got transformation. I made him out of a drone. I don't know what that is, but cool. I want to go to Iceland. I actually have a friend who went to Iceland. Oh, this is Spanish. I had a friend who went to Iceland. I'm going to guess Spain,
Iceland's
actually.
always sunny, ain't it?
Yeah, I think someone told me that recently, actually, yeah.
Me.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it actually?
Yeah.
Bro, that's crazy. I'm gonna start, like... You know, sometimes I say stuff in real life because you guys said it to me, and sometimes it's wrong, and I feel dumb. I trust y'all too much.
You do.
Definitely not Argentina. It's so pretty. It is very pretty. I'd like to go to Iceland one day, too. It looks pretty cool, but... Okay, this is a lot of new construction. A lot of desert. Nevada? Where's Phoenix? But we had a lot of Spanish, right? I'm thinking Spanish country. I know it's not Argentina, it's Spain. I'm thinking more so on Spain also. And it's because...
They're cheating.
But do you think they're cheating? I don't know how they could have cheated for this. Part of me thinks it's not Spain, and I'll tell you why.
I think it's Romania.
What? It was literally in Spanish. Science.
Yeah.
Romania, they don't speak Spanish, bro. But I think you're right. I'm going Romania.
Don't.
I'm joking, bro. It's not Romania. Don't ask me. Okay. In middle school, I had a Spanish teacher who failed me because I said Mexico wrong. It's Mexico. I would fail you too. I'm just joking. That sucks. Yes, Cortez. That's why I don't think it's Spain. I agree. I think it's near the equator because it's very sunny. Look at... They have a fucking pool here. I don't know if they actually fuck in that pool, but it's just an expression.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, it's just annoying that she ain't messaged me back yet.
Yeah, that does suck. It's good that you messaged her though. You had to already, you know. You have to know. That's what I think. Oh, area code 29483694. What does that tell you?
28 what?
29483694. Yeah, they speak Spanish. I'm thinking Brazil or yeah, it must be near the equator, right? Choose one: Mexico, Spain. I don't think it's Mexico or Spain or Uruguay or Argentina or Venezuela. Oh, Venezuela maybe actually.
Be 2.
Oh yeah, true.
What?
Brazil speaks Portuguese. What are we saying?
What's the first 3 numbers?
294. They only have 8 numbers. What does Brazil look like? I'm not sure, but they speak Portuguese there. All right, Timmy is useless. I honestly, I'm thinking Ecuador. I'm gonna go Ecuador, guys. But Bug, I'm telling you, it's none of those. I'm telling you, it's none. Watch this. 3. Last guess of the day. 3, 2, 1. Shit. It was Chile. That's not as close to the equator as I thought.
It's Chile.
Yeah.
In Chile.
Yeah, we were wrong, Cortez. I don't think I've seen. We've gotten Chile before, and I haven't seen those trees like that. But all right, we played pretty bad.
What are you doing tomorrow?
I think we're gonna play Slime Ranchers tomorrow, and some other stuff. Tomorrow's Sunday, right?
Play a scary game?
Nope, no scary game.
Ghost to watch?
Nope, no scary games. No, nope. You can't request it. You can't request scary games. That's like that's the thing. That's right. It happened once, and I banned it. Yeah, I'm sorry. Tomorrow's Monday. Oh, because it's past midnight. You're right. You scared me for a second, though. I'm also like that. I say that shit too. I forgot Chile existed. No, but I think I have one of the simulators, farm simulators, but I sucked at it. But there were so many viewers. I remember I got it like a year ago. There was like 20 people in chat. I was like, what the hell's going on? Raid Puunji? Alright, let me check them out. Brian Wolf. This guy's doing a 24-hour stream driving.
When I'm like, what?
Bro, his screen is black. Yeah, I don't like black. Oh, never mind. It got fixed. Oh, this is like a fake game. Bro, he has 300 viewers. Okay, I'm not gonna rate him. It's not a... We gotta rate people that are small like us, you know? Chile's... Yeah, that's fine. Chile is near Argentina. It's always Argentina. Alright, guys. Bye, Jasique. We're gonna raid Midas. I really like this guy. He's really chill. He raided me when I was playing Raid Shadow Legends, I was about to say.
Oh my.
Not Raid Shadow Legends. When I was playing Breath of the Wild, and he brought good vibes. And we talked about streaming together, but we never did. He's really chill, cool guy, variety streamer. Just stick around even if you don't wanna, you know, just so it looks like it's more people. Before we raid, I just want to say thank you very much for the sub, Moog. And thank you everyone for sticking around as usual. For those that stuck around and enjoyed. Welcome. Why are you not welcome? And yeah. I hope you guys have a good one. Every time I type your name, I accidentally type pink first. That's funny. Be safe, Chungus, and thanks for the hydrate. No, I'm Need. And have a good morning. It's nighttime, but thank you. I'll have a good morning tomorrow. Have a good... Did I say morning? I don't know. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye. Wow, indeed. Stay safe. See you guys tomorrow. Why you had to ruin it, bro? No. Oh, I forgot the raid message. Shit!